There hasn't been a great series. You've had great games within a series, but you have not had. There's no series that we've seen thus far that we're going to sit there and you're going to remember outside of these playoffs.
All right, so in going through the history, certainly in our lifetimes of the NBA, you go, this is a game in which the upstart never wins this game. Rarely. I thought, the Spurs could win this series, but I just immediately hearken back to Bulls-Pistons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you there. And if you're the NBA, I think you almost want Oklahoma City to win.
What, to set up for next year?
Couple things. One, no one is going to take it's not like if the Spurs lose in a 7-game series to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are, the best team in the NBA right now and have been one of the best teams the last 3 or 4 years. Every professional, every great has had to take his lumps before he won a title. So this would be Wembanyama's rite of passage where, okay, you're getting beat by Shea. You're getting beat by the Oklahoma City Thunder. So that's number one. You get the proverbial, first bump out of the way. But secondly, from a NBA Finals perspective, in what world would the NBA ever have envisioned that you would have the majority of basketball fans, and correct me if I'm wrong, listeners, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, because so many people dislike Oklahoma City. All right, because they have now taken over the villain status, right?
Absolutely,
they are an ugly team to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, like Shea, and I said something on Monday, and Blake roasted me for it, and rightfully so. And I may or may not have had my faculties about me on Monday, but anyway, that's another story.
That's
for another
time.
Another story for another time. I don't think on air. But that said, you would have the Knicks, who are a fun story anyway. I mean, the Knicks aren't the hateable. Like, this isn't the kind of Knicks that you like to hate from the 90s.
Totally.
Okay? This is a likable basketball team.
Yeah.
And then you've got a hateable Thunder team. Okay? And, I mean, you would get... And plus, I think the Knicks can beat the Thunder. I don't think this is a David and Goliath type of matchup. I think the Knicks match up really, really well with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And, oh, by the way, and I know this is going to, pain some Dallas fans to hear this, but you got Jalen Brunson. Okay? Like, you got the one thing that you need to win a championship is you've got a guy who can go off in the fourth quarter and, if you need him to, A, hit a big shot, or B, go off for 20 in the fourth quarter and win you a basketball game. Right? And that's the one thing that we haven't. I mean, Wembanyama can do that, as we know, but he's been very all over the place. Brunson, you know what you're going to get.
Dude, the Knicks can win the NBA Finals.
Absolutely.
With no matter whom they face, they can.
Yeah.
I a month ago did not believe that.
No, I didn't either.
And the way that they are playing, this is one of the best Knicks teams, as it turns out. Mike Brown really figured it out. Like, really figured out how to maximize this particular roster. Yeah. Because what have we said every year in the playoffs with Karl-Anthony Towns? You're just not giving me enough. He's not a 2. He just, when you rely on him to be a scorer, to be that dude, he just doesn't show up for you. And now the way that Mike Brown has utilized him as kind of the point forward right there at the top of the key and facilitating from there, taking the ball out of Brunson's. It's unbelievable how it's transformed how they play and how it's just changed the whole vibe of the team, where there's no question they believe it. Now, am I going to pick them to win the next series? No. It's not going to surprise me.
Yeah.
They absolutely can. But yeah, I think I disagree with you that the NBA wants Oklahoma City to win. I think that Oklahoma City makes the NBA nervous because of Shea and the fouling. we were sitting here in crosstalk, or not in crosstalk, in pre-show, talking. I was like, somebody said something yesterday, and this is why I write stuff down, because I forget. But it came to me.
We're at that age.
They were talking about Shea on G-Bag with Dawson and Chiafalo and their ball maxing segment. Great new segment. And, Dawson asked Cheech, he goes, if you're an Oklahoma City fan, how do you feel about it? And my immediate thought was, because I do feel it, because Shea's a Kentucky guy. I'm embarrassed. I'm a little bit embarrassed. So if you're an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, and I don't mean to speak for you all, but 877-881-1053, is there a part of you that's just kind of it's a little bit embarrassing? You don't want to, you have to address it, you have to acknowledge it, but you're like, God, I really wish that it didn't look like that.
I don't disagree with anything you just said, and for all my folks out there that follow me on IG at the Freddie D, and you saw my rooftop rant from 2 days ago, I blame the NBA for this. Okay, I mean, if the NBA wants to legislate flopping out, because we were told a few years ago that that's what they were going to do. Right? Remember, a few years ago, we were told that the NBA was going to call technicals for people that flopped. And the numbers went from, and I heard something on, NBA.com, ESPN, whatever it was, it went from 36 to 24 to 8 or something like that. The number has dropped precipitously over the last 3 or 4 seasons, okay? So the NBA is not doing anything about it, all right? Instead, Adam Silver would rather, let's reconfigure the tanking rule and make it have to where you're an MIT rocket scientist to figure that nonsense out. That's a whole nother side note. You could legislate this if you don't want Shea to foul, NBA, then call it. You know what I'm saying? Then call it. When he flops on the ground, then call it. I have a hard time believing. We saw it with the Jordan rules. We saw it with Hack-a-Shaq. I mean, we've seen it before where when there's a perceived disadvantage or advantage, depending upon how the NBA wants to slice it, they're going to tell the referees, hey, we need to legislate or we need to officiate against this, okay? So if you want to stop Shea from foul baiting and from flopping, then call fouls or don't call fouls, right? And I think that's the issue, is that the NBA hasn't done enough, and the NBA doesn't, because look, the NBA doesn't care.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree. Wait, we don't see this in college.
No.
We don't.
No.
Well, I mean, I don't, outside of you and I don't know who watches more college basketball. And watching all of those games, you never see any stuff like this. It's once you get to the NBA, it's some sort of entitlement that all of a sudden that you should get all these calls. And there are so many players that do it. It's just, Shea's back-to-back MVPs, and it's so exaggerated with him.
And he's the best player on the best team in the NBA.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, you've got that. I mean, all eyes are on him, rightfully so. And to our point from earlier, when it comes to the NBA and, them being embarrassed or not being embarrassed, I mean, here's the thing. What has dominated the news cycle and Twitter and talk, TV, radio, whatever, the opinion shows as we call them? It's been Shea.
Yeah.
I mean, the old adage, there's no such thing as bad press. I mean, that's the way the NBA looks at it. And I'm telling you right now, I think we're at a point, and I say that at a point, I mean, I think it's just in general. Do you think we would have more people hate watch OKC and root for them to lose than we would to watch the Spurs win? And I'm going to go with the former.
It's a good point, but
I mean, look, you and I, with you and I, it's irrelevant. Okay,
Yeah.
We're going to watch regardless. I mean, look, do I want to see Wemby make history? Absolutely. Do I want to see the Knicks beat up on the Thunder? Absolutely. My druthers, give me the Thunder, or excuse me, give me the Spurs, right? Because I'm with you. I want to see Wemby. I mean, we need to see. Look, Wemby needs to go off tonight. I need to see another 41-25 out of Wemby.
Okay,
that's what needs to happen tonight.
We've only got 3 hours today, as Brendan Baxter and Jake Reben will take over live from Globe Life Field.
But we're burying the lead, though.
I mean,
we're burying the lead. We're burying the lead.
All right, Chad, tease this for 10 o'clock then. Because that's where, when we talk about what needs to happen tonight for the Spurs, I'm in total agreement. Because I was like, there's different layers to this game. But let us not bury the lead. We have a milestone. We do.
Look, and it's only right that you have you and I on this show.
Yeah.
Two of the worst relationship people, maybe in the DFW.
Seriously.
Okay.
I mean, yours truly is just a model.
What day is it? What day is it, Will
seriously.
Chambers? What day is it?
I don't know.
Okay. What day is it?
Yeah.
All right. If you know, you know. Told me this morning, I said, here we go.
Yeah. Again.
Here we go.
Again?
Here we go. And said it without, didn't even miss a beat. Didn't even miss a beat. Was no consternation in his voice.
It's so commonplace.
It's like
I don't even.
If you didn't hear it, you would have missed it.
Yeah.
Okay, you would have missed it. That's how smooth of the conversation it was. I've got 2 kids by 2 women. Okay, I'm no expert. I'm no dear Abby when it comes to these things. That said, a tip of the cap.
One year in the books.
1 year.
There we go.
Everybody's favorite Jet Nelson, one of the best producers here at 105.3 The Fan. And, marriage gets a lot of hate these days. Okay?
Yeah.
No,
Rates are low.
I've never been married. Okay? I've asked one woman to marry me, and she laughed in my face. That said,
Ouch.
We both dodged a bullet. Let's just say that.
There you go.
Burnt toast theory, ladies and gentlemen. Burnt toast theory. But that's... That said, you have defied the odds.
That is correct.
Okay, you have defied the odds. You're still what?
You're swimming upstream.
You're 23?
23.
23 years old. Okay, we can't even say on radio what we were doing at 23 years old.
No.
Okay?
No.
Here you are, 23 years old. Today? Is today the day?
Today is the day. May 30th is when we got married a year ago
right.
in Fort Worth, and we're going to go
There
back
we
to the
go.
bar under our venue to celebrate, eat the cake.
I tell you what. I'm over the moon right now.
I tell you what,
I'm over the moon right now.
It's outstanding.
I appreciate you guys.
Especially, considering where we were last week in the discussions, doing
I
all the
actually
math.
figured that out. So the original plan, still in place, was have the kids out by 30.
That's right. That's
And
right.
so
We
that
were trying
way
to figure
they're
that
out of the nest by 50. My brain just threw those 2 numbers together
Yeah.
and came up with 40.
Yeah.
That's why we're like, Jed, you're a little off there. Something's wrong. And so I
Okay.
figured that out. I went home and I was like, Reese,
Okay, all right.
Reese, where did
So
I
we
go
got some
wrong? And she's
time
like,
here.
30 and 50, not
Yeah.
40.
But
All right.
see, that's what makes you two so great together.
Yeah.
Okay, the fact that you threw it out there, she said, babe, no. That's not how we're doing it. And bada bing, bada boom. All right, so you celebrate 1 year of wedded bliss today. Just real quick, and I'm sure we may delve into this in the last hour of the program, but what has been the biggest highlight of being married for the past year, and what has been maybe the biggest surprise of being married for the past season?
The biggest highlights gotta be just there's no dry moment. There's everything's just
She said.
Oh, man.
Well, okay, dry is
can we
like
mark
not
that?
exciting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
Let's mark that one.
I'd hope not.
Yes.
I hope not.
But every
sign of any good relationship.
every morning is with your favorite person. Every night, work is there,
That's it.
and you find a way around it.
I love it.
And so, yeah, you're just always with her, and it's just always a blast. And then
You're with your best friend every day.
exactly,
That's
you're just
it.
always happy. There's always something to be joyful about. And then the biggest surprise,
Yeah.
I gotta say, is just how much chores can pile up. We lived together. I feel like
I'd hope so.
Well, yeah, we lived together before. Once we were married, the chores just didn't get
stacked
done
up.
as quickly.
Oh,
we were like,
yeah.
oh, we're married.
Wow.
It did. We
He's
we
not
didn't
going
attack it as
anywhere.
much.
These dishes
yeah.
don't need to get done tonight.
For some
Right.
reason, we were more lackadaisical. And
Yeah,
so
stuff is still on the counter.
yeah.
Yeah, I know it.
He needs one of those AI helpers.
Seriously.
I'll take one.
I need, oh my God. I've never wanted a housekeeper so bad in all my life.
Well, you can get one of those $20,000 robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're available.
Yeah. Not going where I was going
to. Not that type of robot.
I think Fred could just see the wheels spinning. I'm like, no.
It's only the first segment of the show, too.
No. On Twitch and YouTube, you can find us there, 1053thefan.com.
I'm just glad to be coherent today.
Yeah. We're one up on the field on that.
Whoa.
rough last weekend. Gonna have to get an update from the house party.
Yes. Yes.
We're gonna have to do that at some point today. We'll have a little fair foul. Fatty's on the phone. End of next hour. Again, taking up to noon. I can confirm Brennan Baxter stick. Played some golf.
Oh, Brennan's got game like that,
dude. He's a freaking.
I mean, that
stick.
doesn't surprise me. He's got those vibes.
You know what pisses me off though. He's like, he didn't even play until after high school. I've been playing. There's video footage of me playing like
VHS
when I could walk. Maybe Betamax.
Old ass.
8mm. All my entire life, and this kid is
just a natural
0.7.
What does that mean?
That's his handicap.
Wow.
It's not even a 1.
Wow.
Not even a 2.
That sounds good.
He's a 0.7.
So he's basically a scratch golfer.
Yeah. He's scratch.
Damn, bro. I got it like that.
So, and so he took me out to Rockwall Golf and Athletic Club. Nice track. It's in good shape. It was fun. We had a really good time. So, but he'll be hosting today with Jake Reba out at Globe Life Field.
Those two. Shout out to them. And Reba's pretty good too, isn't he?
No.
Oh, Reba's no good?
No. No, I don't know. I haven't played with Jake. No, Brendan was telling me. No, he's like a 16 or a 17. So
and is that like in the grand scheme of things? What are you?
He's I'm a 6.
Okay.
So
when are we doing the Brennan? When are we doing the choppy? I'll tell you what. Let's talk about it next.
Okay.
Let's talk about it next.
All right.
We gotta go to break.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark, live and local. Turn it on. 855-255-1975. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rangers win! Rangers win! Haven't said that enough lately.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. And Mackenzie Gore, shout out to him last night. Now, it doesn't hurt that you're playing maybe one of the most underwhelming teams in baseball, a Kansas City Royal team that a lot of people thought was going to contend for the AL Central. They certainly got the roster to do it, but I don't know how their skipper, Quintaro, is still there. He needs to be let go. Shout out to my Aunt Evie, who was in town last night, my cousin Stevie B.
Nice.
Everybody's favorite Dallas officer. I had dinner with them last night over at Outback Steakhouse. And where are we at on Outback, by the way?
Been well over a decade, probably closer to 2 decades.
Really?
Yeah.
It's been that long since you've dabbled with the Outback?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, so...
Bougie ass Will Chambers. Too good for Outback like us.
I could go for a bloomin' onion.
That's what I was about to say. That's probably their best item.
Well, don't sleep on their steaks. Their steaks aren't bad. You know what I'm saying?
When we were in college, we would go there all the time.
What has prevented you from going back to Outback?
I don't even know where one is. I may not even have one close to me.
The one I went to was in Addison.
Okay. So I'm sure there is one somewhere in Frisco.
Shout out to Audrey with a D.
My guess would be in Stonebriar.
Okay. I'm just saying, I got the, what did I have last night? I had the sirloin and chicken combo.
Oh, yeah?
All right. I mean.
Delivered? It delivered for you?
I ate everything.
All right.
2 loaves of bread, 2 salads, and the entire entree. So.
Okay. All right.
If you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly bear.
Seriously. Boy, there's nothing more white guy radio than talking about Outback Steakhouse. Huh?
Come on now.
There you go. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. Rangers today, we're going to have first pitch at 3:05. Seth Lugo going up against Kumar Rocker, Kansas City and Texas in Game 2 of the 3-game set. 9-1, the win last night. You asked before the break. I meant to text Choppy yesterday just to ask him. I was like, do you even know that we've been talking about this, about getting the 4 of us out to play you and I versus, and I totally forgot. Choppy may not even know about any.
So wait a minute, you meant to text him and then you forgot to text him.
Right. So
how does one forget? Let me ask you this, and this is really a sign of middle age if I've ever heard one. Will Chambers just recounted a story of him forgetting to do something.
Yeah.
Like, that's the gist of the story, of him forgetting to do something. That's, I mean, I'll tell you what, now you're on.
Now, in my defense,
they need to study that.
In my defense, I was like almost at work. I was driving
I'm here for it.
And it was going to be, the text while walking in.
Oh, I get it. Look, I mean, how many texts, and I know I'm not alone in this, and I like to lambaste my coworkers here at 105.3 The Fan, primarily Blake, but occasionally Degenerate Jake, because Khaki Kevin, shout out to him, who, by the way, getting ready to join you. I mean, I can say this now.
He's already asked me a few tips.
Okay, great. Well,
and hey, I mean, can we get a bell here? Congratulations.
Khaki Kevin. Can't run, but is getting married.
And that's what we were
Are we getting
alluding to last week.
You think we're going to get invited? He's got to invite us, right?
I've heard mixed.
Well, I mean,
I've heard that they're trying to keep chairs on the low. He's planning an outdoor wedding.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how much I can spoil.
Destination? Is it a destination
I don't know
wedding?
if it's destination.
I don't know that white settlement counts as a.
But he is marrying into a Hispanic family, which means they're buying a lot of chairs.
Yeah.
So.
Well, then, I mean, look, throw a couple white boys out there just to, balance things up.
Let's do the show live from the wedding.
Ooh.
while it's going on.
Ooh, a remote from Khaki Kevin's wedding?
I like it. Yeah.
Okay, now that.
Jet, if you can construct an email for Tim Collins,
Yep.
then we'll...
Is Khaki Kevin producing today?
Good question.
I mean, I haven't been, like I said, I've only been on once this week. I was on Monday. We filled in for G-Bag out at Globe Life Field. Chris Young, ducking us as usual.
Yeah. Well, he's ducking and covering a lot of places right now. He's probably...
I tell you what, he is doing a victory lap on Jock Peterson right now, though.
What, from last night?
I mean, dude, this week. Dude, Jock Peterson had himself a hell of a week. Jock Peterson had probably one of the best by far the best week he's had as a Ranger. Hands down. Because he hit, 3 home runs? He had at least 3 home runs in the whatchamacallit, in the, why can't I think of this? The Astro series, thank you. And then he hit a dong last night. No, Jock's balling. Now, the rest of your lineup can't hit to
6
save
of 22
Dude, I'm telling
in the
you.
last week with 4 home runs, 6 RBIs.
There you go.
4 home runs, 3 strikeouts. How about that?
Let's go. Jock Peterson.
Come on now.
Jock Peterson. Now, okay, you know what? I'm going to throw this out to you. I'm going to throw this out to you since we're talking Rangers, and I have thrown this out. I brought this up on Friday when I was on with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Right now, let's see. Let's just bring this up real quick. You're what, 25 and 29, 25 and 30 at this point? 26 and 31 is what this team is. You're still only 2.5 games out of first place in the AL West because that's how awful this division is, okay? And so as of right now, let's see, wild card wise, you're 2.5 games out of the AL wild card, you're 2.5 games out of the AL West. Now, I understand that we haven't seen Corey Seager. You haven't seen your full complement healthy and hitting all year long. Because when Josh Young started out this season, he missed spring training, so he was not great to start the year off. Jock Peterson was terrible to start the year off. Andrew McCutchen was somebody that we talked about as far as, maybe he can give you a spark, and he's no longer with the baseball team. Wyatt Langford. And by the way, and I get it, baseball's we always hear, well, you got a lot of games, a lot of baseball left. When do we start to actively question and or concern ourselves about Wyatt Langford?
Oh, that's a tough one. Look, how often do you see guys that really emerge after a year or two in the league?
I mean, you're superstars. I mean, that's it.
Oh, I see. That's where I disagree. Yeah, I mean, your superstars, your stars are pretty much there right away.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's what we were told Wyatt Langford was, tholl
Yeah. So I think
I'm just
that
going
it's
off of what the
fair.
bar's been said. I mean, we were told he was supposed to be the Texas's version of Bobby Witt.
Well,
Bobby Witt-ish.
Brett Boone called him Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson. Look, I'm with you. You're preaching to the choir on this. And again,
So I think concern is now. I mean, we're right there.
But Brett Boone, and I'm so glad you said that because that is a phrase I quote often when he told the morning show last year that when this guy figures it out, he's got a Bo Jackson-like build and will be in the MVP discussion for 10 years. And this guy, MVP discussion, I mean, we can't even get him off the IL.
Okay, so let's take my favorite baseball player right now, Ellie De La Cruz.
Okay.
Well, he blasted onto the scene.
Yes.
But he goes through his struggles, right, where, he was hitting 260, 250, 260. He has, so many strikeouts. But there were those, flashes and those stretches of greatness from him. And we haven't even seen it from Wyatt at all. And now you've got, so when you talk about the evolution of a star, like I was alluding to, right now you got Ellie that's right around, I want to say, the 290 mark, give or take, and he's cut down on the strikeouts. He's starting to, hit better for average. So you're seeing him kind of figure it out. But we haven't even seen Wyatt Langford really as a really good baseball player yet at the major league level. So I think the concern...
You've seen you've seen brief stretches, right? But any player can get hot. I mean, these guys are in the major leagues for a reason, right? Although, and I'll tell you what, Nicky Lopez, God bless him. I mean, he's obviously in the major leagues, but I watched him the other day, and I was like, this dude is a major league baseball. I mean, was he 5'11", 5'10", $170?
Yeah.
I was like, where are we at right now with this baseball team?
Yeah. I just...
Now, in fairness to him, he did go 1 for 4 with 2 RBIs last night.
We're in his third year, so I'm pretty much like now or never with it. Now it's hard to do that and hard to ask him to be that while going through an injury in his third year.
But he keeps going through injuries. That's the problem. Is he can't stay. I mean, he can't stay healthy consistently. Now, he's supposed to, I know this weekend, he's going to begin an injury rehab assignment this weekend. And that's what live batting practice this weekend. That was something that Chris Young, who was on with, and you know what? I thought it was interesting. I mean, he jumped. One thing I'll say about Chris Young, he's got a lot of, what was Eminem's character in 8 Mile, B-Rabbit?
Yeah.
He's very B-Rabbit-ish in the way that before you can even ask him a question, he's diving in and swatting away all the stuff that,
he knows what's coming.
He knows what's coming. And I mean, again, I'm not saying he was defensive, but he had a tone, an air of defensiveness on Tuesday, but rightfully so. I mean, you're feeling the heat. I mean, if you're Chris Young, all right, and I would throw this out there, and I was wondering about this, and we can carry this into the next segment as well. Like, was going out, like, okay, and I heard, shout out to KNC, they were talking about this yesterday. I was listening to a little bit of them as I was bebopping around town. We'll look this up during the break, but how much was our Morikawa, the dude for the White Sox, who's just mashing right now, okay, and who chose the White Sox? All right, I mean, had plenty of suitors, when you're a Japanese player, I mean, you get posted, and you're open to the entire Major League Baseball. I just wonder, when you're Chris Young, what was it about Morikawa that you decided not to go pursue him, or maybe you did and it just, Chicago offered more money, and yet you decided to unload the clip for Mackenzie Gore? Yet you look at what this team's done over the last 2 years, and clearly you needed a bat far worse than you needed Mackenzie Gore.
Right.
Okay.
That has been the absolute issue. And it continues to be the issue, and this is why the seat is so hot, because the moves that you have made have not come to fruition. This week set aside for Jock Peterson.
And look how long it's taken for him. I mean, we're over here, we're celebrating Jock Peterson, and it's taken us a season and a half for him to finally get his mojo right.
Well, it's only been a week.
And it's only been a week. Now, in fairness, he's had a much better season. I will say, I'll tell you what, I will give Skip Schumacher credit for this. Moving him to the top of the lineup to lead off has been a revelation. Now, baseball's a long sport, as we all know. I mean, look, this guy could fall off in the month of June, and we're back to talking about how Jock Peterson's one of the worst baseball players to ever put on a Ranger uniform, because that was a conversation at times last year where we were talking about, is Jock Peterson maybe the worst signing in Ranger history? Now, you fast forward to this year, and he's had the best week of any hitter in a Ranger uniform. But when it comes to Chris Young, I get it, man. You're up against it, and he made a comment, and he makes some very interesting comments. He's like, well, we've got baseball players, we've got professionals on this team that other teams want. And so Gavin followed up by saying,
they're all pitchers.
Well, that's right, exactly. He goes, well, we had conversations during the offseason. Well, I mean, yeah, Chris, you're a professional baseball team. I would hope that you have professional players on your team, okay? This isn't the frickin' Savannah
Royals.
Bananas, okay? I mean, what are we talking about here? So I just, for as shrewd of a GM as he is when it comes to pitching, and we can all agree, Chris Young is a revelation when it comes to finding pitchers. I just wonder, why did you decide to unload the clip for Mackenzie Gore and empty out your farm system when you could have went out. I mean, you went and got Patrick Corbin off the couch last year, and the guy gave you three quarters of a season. And yet you go get Mackenzie Gore, and yet this lineup, batting-wise, is still – you got no hit by the dadgum Astros, man.
What, the worst
ERA
pitching team in baseball, both the bullpen and the starting staff.
Okay.
And they blanked you. It's the biggest issue on this team. It was the biggest issue coming into the season, and the biggest acquisition was the starting pitcher. Have it make sense for me.
And your best, and the move you did make was, and look, Nimmo, tremendous move. I mean, swapping out Marcus Semien for Brandon Nimmo was a stroke of genius. Problem is, his strokes of genius are too few and far between.
Yeah. I mean, the dude is hitting 260, but you know.
Who, Nimmo?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Nimmo's balling. Relatively speaking.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, on this lineup, he
I was
is.
just gonna say,
it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
Doesn't take much.
In this lineup, incredibly reliable.
I mean, you got Nicky Lopez batting frickin' ninth, for God's sakes, man.
I'll tell you what is reliable. Bill Barnwell to come out with something that is absolutely ridiculous. We'll talk about that next year on The Fan.
You follow here, Tolos, and I'm so fired up because CertaPro Painters just came into my home and gave me that brand
listening as much as you do to The Fan.
The semi-annual trashing of Bill Barnwell to commence here in just a moment. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you. Great to have you on a Saturday, an abbreviated show, as we take you up to noon, and then we head out to Globe Life Field. That's where Brennan Baxter and Jake Riepma will take over. In college for the 940, I was living on ramen and Dorito and mustard sandwiches.
Damn, that's rough.
Doritos and mustard sandwich, huh?
Happens to the best of us.
Interesting combo there. Was that nacho cheese or Cool Ranch?
I mean, I think nacho cheese is the goat, right? I mean, but Cool Ranch.
Oh man, I don't know.
Cool Ranch. I mean, you can't go wrong with either one.
Yeah.
I mean, you look, as a kid, is there anything better? Is there a more delectable meal as a child or as a teenager? Swimming, because we're in that time of year. Like it's swimming season.
Oh yeah.
Go swimming. Grandma, mom, whoever, get out of the pool. Got to eat a bologna sandwich, Doritos, your whatever, like for me, it was a glass of milk. Yes, that's right. In the middle of the summer, Fred was drinking a glass of milk. And then they don't let you go in the pool right away. Remember, you got to sit for about another 15, 20 minutes.
Citrus cooler Gatorade. Maybe a juice box. Maybe a Capri Sun. A High C Orange.
Okay,
Probably more of the Capri Sun.
Huh? There you go. But I mean, that's.
By the way, I still get down on the High C Orange. I had one this morning.
That's peak childhood right there. I mean, a bologna sandwich with a little bit of Miracle Whip, mayonnaise, whatever your druthers, and a Cool Ranch potato chip with your pruny fingers as your. Hey. I mean, dude, it's like. You can, and then you want to sit on the edge of the pool. You're putting your feet in. Your parents or grandma, whoever's yelling at you. Hey! 15 more minutes before you can get in there.
That's true. Yeah.
And then you're trying to be slick, and then you try to jump in when nobody sees you.
Let me ask you a question. Do you still feel like that you are? How do I want to put it?
A physical specimen? Absolutely, I do. I'm glad you asked that. Yeah.
Royalty. 100%. In a sense, when you're at a pool and they call for adult swim and you don't have to leave? I don't know. It still affects me just like, that's right.
Okay, I've never...
And I'm 47. That probably says more about me than anything else. You're not going to tell me to leave the pool.
Now, here's what's funny. I can't tell you the last time, like, I went to, like, a public pool. Or, like, I've never been to my apartment pool.
Yeah, like usually community pools, like neighborhoods. Like the last time.
I mean, does World Springs count? Because I love me some World Springs. Goated place.
Man.
Goated place.
But like in my sister and brother-in-law's neighborhood. Like they'll still have that because they'll have lifeguards and then they will have that in their neighborhood in Frisco. Yeah, I just, rocked my Presidium pool. I haven't been down there lately, though. It's a little hard when you get in there. Going at 3 o'clock, going into work. It sucks. It just sucks.
They still got you GM in the place?
No, it's kind of been me. Another story for another time.
You're a one-man wrecking crew right now. You are a one-man wrecking crew right now.
My great friend and former partner back in Cincinnati, Tom Gamble. He'd say he would look at me during breaks because I would get asked to do stuff like all over the place. He's like, I know what your problem is. You have a really hard time saying no.
You're a people pleaser.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to stop it at some point.
I'll die. I'll just be dead.
Well, you're going to get run ragged.
Yeah. Well,
you got to set
look
that.
Look at me.
You got to set that boundary.
Yeah. Just everywhere for everybody all at once.
You're just one man.
I know.
You're just one man. Speaking of one man, Bill Barnwell. He might be two, actually.
He might be.
Might be.
Definitely two necks. Or chins. Okay. When we have talked Cowboys, you and I have brought up, I know the shows have done it, and they do, they're 5 days a week.
Yeah.
4 or 5 hour shows.
Easy.
They talk about it a lot. I think it's a little bit more of a spotlight when we do it. We are cherry picking. When we say the offense, all right, hold on. we still believe the offense is going to be good, but I think I'll speak for myself. I'm reticent to go like, oh, it's just plug and play from what they had last year. Like, maybe. I still believe in Dak Prescott, certainly bringing Pickens back, but my questions are you going to get the same production in the running game? And how is this offensive line really going to shake out? Now, Bill Barnwell had his annual offseason, best worst moves with the signings, trade, draft picks, all that kind of stuff. And this is where he went through the NFC. And with the Cowboys, the best was signing Kobe Durant to a one-year deal. But the worst was bringing back Terrence Steele on a restructured deal. And when I first look at this, I was like, okay, that's addressing something that we have questions with, and you brought this up while we were, doing pre-show.
Well, shout out to Bobby Belt, because I was listening. I was on my way to therapy yesterday, and I might need a new therapist. I might need.
Should we table this?
No, we'll talk about it later. But anyway, but I was listening to Bobby talk about this because they were bringing it up on the morning show. We need to. The Terrence Steele stuff. I get it. Okay, is he a stalwart right tackle? No, but to piggyback off something that Bobby said yesterday and something that I've said on my show is, what were you going to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Like he's pretty much middle of the pack when it comes to right tackles. All right. I think it's more systematic of. I mean, look, he's a good run blocker. Not a great pass blocker, okay? So maybe you got to figure out going into this next season, all right, obviously the Shelton kid you're going to compete with. Obviously, Tyler Guyton is still in the mix as far as, is he going to stay at left tackle? You have question marks. You got players there. Coach them up, all right? I mean, but Bobby brought it up yesterday, and I implore you all to go listen to it if you haven't heard it already. But, who are you going to go get? Were you gonna go spend a first round pick on a right tackle?
No.
And sacrifice what's already a vulnerable defense?
Right.
No.
And that's where, to me, I go, the worst thing that the Cowboys have done thus far is not addressing middle linebacker.
The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with Juwan Taylor at right tackle. Okay? That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Terrence Steele is not the worst right tackle in the NFL.
Are there times he gives up pressure? Absolutely. Are there times where he looks totally overwhelmed? Absolutely. All right. Well, guess what? Fix it. Do something. He's just put a tight end on that side. Chip. Do something.
Well,
I don't know.
Barnwell says in here he's not a bad player. Right.
Because he's not.
I don't. You know how many texts I got last year on.
And he's respected in that locker room. That's the other part of it, too. And I think that's the part that gets. And again, we're in the locker room. And I've said this time and time again. When you get to know these guys a little bit, it does make. When you're in the post-game locker room conversation with these guys, and you have to look at these guys in their eyes after a loss, especially after last year. I mean, I'll tell you what, and going to the defense after last year was, you want to talk about just a sadomasochistic type of role. I mean, it was like, anybody can go to the offense after, because they also say, hey, look, we just got to get better for next week. Defense, on the other hand, is like, well, but you could do a lot worse than Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Clayton Adams and Cooper Riley are supposed? That's their job,
right?
Make them better.
You know how many shout out to Zach Wolchuk. We were texting the last day or so, whatever.
Bully.
I remember him texting me and some other people texting me like, all right, so give me your thoughts on Jack Sanborn. And I'm like, because he had just been brought over from the Bears to the Cowboys, and I go, he's a backup linebacker. He's a special teams. I like him as a player. I don't love the fact that he's not there, but I don't lose any kind of sleep over it whatsoever. That was a discussion last year. And then Murray, what are we doing here in the middle of that defense?
Let's talk about Jack Sanborn as your newest middle linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys.
It's been an issue.
Bro, we were okay. So I'm talking to my cousin and my aunt last night. And, of course, they're Chiefs fans. And I said, look, Cowboys, and I say this with all seriousness, and we're gonna find out early on in the regular season, I think in the preseason you're going to find out. I do think this team is not only. I mean, this team can make a Super Bowl run. I firmly believe that when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys. You've got the it's all going to be contingent upon the defense. So I don't want to make it sound that I don't want to be overly simplistic about it. But you have a Super Bowl caliber offense, and you've got a defense that you just need to be good enough. And if you can do those things...
Is that good enough to make a Super Bowl run? Because I think last year
so.
We saw the two teams in the Super Bowl were led mostly by great defensive play.
True, but at the same time, it's not like the Rams' offense wasn't out of this world. And oh, by the way, if they can convert in the red zone, they're in the Super Bowl.
No doubt. And boy, they had one glaring weakness, and that was at cornerback. And boy, did they address it.
They just took the Chiefs' secondary.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
You're like,
let's go ahead and I want Jalen Watson, and I want McDuffie, and let's call it a day.
Yeah. That's why they drafted a quarterback in the first round, because you just looked at the roster and were like, we're pretty good here.
I still thought that was a crazy, because I watched Ty Simpson over the season. I wasn't like, again, I'm no Mel Kiper. I'm not sitting there watching every Alabama game, but I didn't watch Ty Simpson and think to myself, man, this dude's a first round talent. Like this guy's the real
You know what I've learned about myself in assessment, because being a big college football fan, I know the good ones. If they're good, like, I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Like I said going into the draft, where this Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, I'm like, everybody's sleeping on Jaden Daniels. Do it at your own peril.
Yeah.
I was like, this dude is awesome. However, I have been wrong on a number of guys thinking that they're just not very good, or they're not going to be very good, and they've turned out to be okay. Like Jackson Dart. Now, Jackson Dart, I don't know what kind of liability he's going to be as far as being able to stay on the field, but I was like, I watched so much Ole Miss, and I'm just like, man, he's got some stuff is there, but then just in big games does not show out. Like, I don't know how you're going to rely on him as a franchise quarterback, and then he stepped in there, and when he was on the field, pretty damn good.
Look, the biggest thing with Jackson Dart is you just want to make sure this kid doesn't get killed.
Yeah. I mean, that is the entire thing. So to that point, when it comes to Ty Simpson, I'm going to go, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Didn't see it. I feel pretty good. If I think that you're really good, I think you're going to be good. That usually becomes the case. But if I think that you're not very good,
and just
no,
you might be in the wrong line of work.
Well, no, because I'm wrong. Like, I was wrong about Jackson Dart. I was really wrong.
Were you though? Were you?
Yeah, we'll see.
Abdul Carter may not disagree with you.
Hour
just
two.
Messy at the end of the first hour.
Hour two. Back to the NBA next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match
We take it at noon, an abbreviated show as we'll be out at Globe Life Field. Brennan Baxter and Jake Reben will take over ahead of the matchup between the Rangers and the Royals today. But Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals between the San Antonio Spurs and Oklahoma City Thunder, 7 o'clock on NBC. Can the Spurs take out the defending champs on the road? It's been talked about throughout the playoffs with this Spurs team. Nope, you gotta have the scar tissue. You got to go through the bumps in the road. Your team doesn't go into the playoffs for the first time and ascend all the way to the finals. You got to have those growing pains. They can prove all of that wrong tonight. But will it happen? It's an audio medium.
Let's try this. Let's try this again. I don't think they will. I mean, I picked the Spurs from the jump. I picked them when Blake and I did our predictions. I had the Spurs beating the Celtics to win a championship, but I feel like even though there will be no Jalen Williams tonight for the Oklahoma City Thunder, I mean, they're too deep. I don't think it matters anyway. They've got enough guys coming off the bench. They've got enough depth anyway that they'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I mean, Jared McCain has been great in these playoffs for the most part. And I think Shea goes off tonight. I think Shea goes off tonight. I don't think maybe he foul baits his ass off, or maybe he just goes out there and play. You know, Shea kind of is and I'll lump him in the same category with Luka. When these guys spend less time trying to foul bait and argue with the refs and just play ball, you usually see pretty good performances out of him. I mean, one thing we know about Luka, and, LA fans kind of turned on him there for a hot minute, and then when he went back to being Luka again, everybody kind of was like, all right, this guy's actually a freak of nature. But when guys just play basketball and spend less time griping and complaining and all the theatrics and what have you that go along with it, you see a better, crisper, cleaner style of basketball. And so I do think this is going to be I think this will be a Game 7 for the ages tonight, though. I really, really do. I wouldn't be surprised if, you see a lot of big shots traded off down the wire, down the stretch tonight's game. But
it has to be Wemby early. And all the games this series.
You got to. And Castle and Harper have to play well, too.
But it's
shocking analysis.
When Wembanyama
San Antonio's just got to score more points.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if San Antonio can find a way to outscore Oklahoma City Thunder,
they got a good chance of winning.
I give them a slight edge.
Yeah.
I give them a slight edge. If they commit fewer turnovers and get to more 50-50 balls, I like the Spurs' chances in this matchup.
Man, I love that.
Okay.
We could have recorded that, just done this from. We could have slept in
from the house.
In the games that they have lost, Wemby's been quiet in the first quarter, in the first half. When he has asserted himself immediately, they have blown out Oklahoma City. That to me is maybe an oversimplification, but if they're going to have a shot to win this on the road, he is going to have to put up at least 35 points, and it's got to get going early. At least I'm hoping to see a really competitive game, because I feel like in this series, you look at it to where, it's tied 3-3. It's been super competitive. The games really haven't been. It hasn't been all that competitive outside of Game 1.
No, they haven't. What game was it? I think it might have been Game 3. That San Antonio was tied and got it to within a few points, and then it kind of went back and forth for a little bit, and then OKC went on a run there at the end.
I think that was 3.
Do you want to take a guess at the cheapest ticket for tonight's game?
Let's go 1,200.
Okay,
damn,
1,200. All right. I don't know if you're going to make it to the showcase.
Yeah.
Remember, this isn't OKC.
Yeah,
600.
Do you want to try that again? What would Reese say?
I think she would say like 500.
Okay. See, this is why she's your better half.
Yep.
You said Reese said 500. You said 600. Right now, the cheapest tickets you can get into tonight's San Antonio and Oklahoma City game. Row M, upper level 318, $337 is the cheapest ticket that you can get into tonight's Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. And then you may be saying to yourself, well, what about the most expensive ticket? The most expensive ticket right now, as it stands, section. You want to guess?
Yeah.
Go for it.
4,000.
Ooh.
Let's go 3.2.
3,200?
Yep.
Get you getting all math on us. $3,846.
Hey.
Lower level 106, row E. You're right there. I mean, you are. We might even see you on TV tonight.
Yeah.
We might, and if you're looking for that, I mean, it's what, a 3-hour drive, give or take.
Yeah.
So game's at 7. You listen to White Guy
Bar
Radio
business
until
was pretty
noon.
good last night, but
What's that?
bar business was pretty good last night at the old Gibson. I don't know if it was quite good enough for me to be able to make that trip.
Okay. Well,
Gas and all.
maybe you could put a few, maybe make a few wagers between now and then.
Let's see what's going on in the French Open.
You know, I mean, what's? I'm sure there's a cricket match or something like that. We can probably put a few.
Well, I got Arsenal and PSG in the UEFA Champions League.
Hey, let's go.
So, I don't know. I'll have to text Dawson. See where he's at with that, and Sandler, Dawson and Sandler. That'd be my go-tos.
I was going to say.
It's their wheelhouse.
We're right around the corner from the World Cup, boys. We are right around the corner from the World Cup. I need to get a hospitality person on the show, though. I want to find out if there's any truth to this scuttlebutt that, people aren't showing up, allegedly. They're saying that the hotel boom that was promised with this World Cup is not actually taking fruition.
Like rooms have not been booked.
They have not. They have not.
So
I
wonder
the influx of people. Now, granted, we're also 3 weeks out.
I was going to say we're not quite there yet, but you would know. I mean, if rooms are still available, they're still available. You would expect them to be sold out.
Exactly.
But I wonder how much of an impact Airbnb, it has on that. You know what I learned?
Would you rent out
the
one of your
timing
rooms?
is impeccable.
Would you rent out your apartment?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Especially because this
you'll
is where
even
I
tuck
was,
them in.
Well, and this is where I was going. In Frisco.
Oh, you've already got an ad up.
In Frisco, there is the hub there. Guess what country? Sweden.
Greece.
Sweden.
So for all you single Swedish soccer fans out there,
your boy's about to have an interesting month.
Interesting. Okay. Sweet Willie on the prowl.
Yeah.
So if you are a
Derbyshire, you're going to be seeing a lot of Derbyshire.
If you're a single Swedish female that's going to be in the Frisco area,
and you just stumbled upon 105.3 The Fan.
Well, and
or even better,
reason,
YouTube.
Or maybe you're maybe you've got a maybe you were a exchange student 20 years ago, and you're coming back for the game. All right, and you need a place to stay. And you've got
at Sweet Willie C on IG.
You've got a respectable budget, but at the same time, you're trying to save every dollar you can.
Yeah. Until they get the Strait of Hormuz.
Until the Strait of Hormuz thing gets straightened out.
Come on.
There's the Strait of Willie C.
That's right.
Okay.
It's a lot more open.
Never a dry moment.
Never closes. Hasn't closed in years. No. Okay. There might be landmines, though.
Yeah. I'm looking for what Jet surmised as his first year of marriage as my next month is never a dry moment.
That's it. Never a dry moment. And, play your cards right. You might actually get to sleep with Willie C.
Well.
Okay? Play your cards right.
I think it's going to be... I wonder, because I should have looked this up to try to figure it out once I heard that it was going to be the Swedish hub there. Is where the hubs are sure around in DFW.
By the way, have you put in for your media credentials for the media party next week?
No.
I'll send it to you after
during the break.
You need to do that.
Where is that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't ask me. I just know that I filled in. I put in my information yesterday. I applied for my credential, and we'll see. It's supposed to be next week, and they've got a little party and shindig and what have you. So we'll go there, rub some elbows, and look, if I do come across the Swedish contingent, look, I know a guy.
Yeah,
I know a guy, and I'll tell him, look, do you guys want a podcast out of his house? I mean, it's a mobile command center.
no doubt.
It's a mobile
Of all that
center.
of all that we know about my history here at 105 through the fan is certainly, my place has been a mobile command center.
That's
at
exactly
times.
right. You need a ride? I mean, he's got a German luxury car. Okay, so
For the time being,
everything you need, Swedes, right here in Frisco.
That's right.
Mobile command center, Casa de Sweet Willie C.
on IG. That's the handle.
Now, Louisville, I don't know what you're going to get. Louisville, we're a little more rough and tumble over in the Ville. Okay, so I'm just telling you right now.
Everybody's trying to avoid that right now. Main Street's just a hot mess.
What's that, in Louisville?
Yeah.
I don't venture over to that part of Louisville very
35?
often. Yeah, I don't.
right.
You ain't getting me past corporate.
Okay.
You ain't getting me past corporate. And corporate, for anybody that knows, for all my corporate fans out there, 877. And by the way, shame on us. We have not read one single text message the entire
I've read
show.
them, but
he's
I just
read
haven't.
it, but he's given out zero. He's cited zero phone numbers, so you have no idea if Sweet Willie C is actually reading your text or it's just coming out of his mouth. I get it. It's construction season 24/7, 365 in the great state of Texas. But my God, can we get this expedited over off 35 in corporate? I mean, you got four traffic lights.
What happens first?
In a 100-yard radius? Like what? Or a 100-yard line? Like how? I mean, what are we doing?
What happens first? That gets straightened
Finished?
out, or Strait of Hormuz opens?
Oh my God. I hope it's the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, God willing.
Because it's going to take the summer. It'll be the summer before the corporate and 35, because they're putting ramps on each side of the freeway. They're redoing the whole ramp system. So
I'll put it at minus 180 on Strait of Hormuz.
yeah, no, take the 180, and I'll defer to you when it comes to all things, odds and what have you. But we for the love of our pocketbook and gas tanks, I hope it's the Strait of Hormuz.
God, no kidding. No kidding. Where do you want to go next?
I'll tell you what. Let's take a trip around the entire National Football
Let's do
League
that.
when we come back. That is, and look, we still got fair foul. We still got totals on the telephone to get to. Lots more. And in case you missed the very first segment of the show, we want to hear from you if you're celebrating, because not only is our young Jedi, a.k.a. Jet Nelson, celebrating his first year of wedded bliss. My mother has a wedding anniversary tomorrow as well, so I need to give her a shout out. And then if you're celebrating...
Hey, the 832.
What's
My
he
wife and I are celebrating our 6-year anniversary today.
Oh,
How
yeah.
about that?
Oh,
Love it.
Okay, so here's what we're doing. All right, we may just pivot right now then. Marriage advice. Here's what we need. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. What marriage advice after 1 year are you giving our esteemed colleague, Mr. Jet Nelson? The two single guys here will give our suggestions. Now, take them with the utmost, grainiest grain of salt.
Absolutely.
The cautionary tale that is.
In fact, you may actually not. We learned the other day. What is it? Don't tail our picks, fade our picks.
Yes, fade.
So
Fade
fade
us.
what we're about
Yeah.
to tell you in the next segment. But in the meantime, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Don't go anywhere. He is Will. I'm Fred. That's Jet. This is 105 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Got the marriage advice rolling in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text. It's White Guy Radio here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Fred Davis here with you with Jet Nelson back in the cup. And we've got the advice for him in just a moment. Last night, I believe this was last night, on his Twitch stream, Kyrie Irving saying, quote, I am definitely close to being over at 100% in terms of my ACL recovery.
He's close to being over 100%?
Over at 100%. So take that for what it's worth.
I mean, what does that mean?
I don't know. I'm guessing that
he's
he's getting close to being totally healthy. I am definitely close to being over.
I would hope so. It's been 18 months since the injury. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe that's not as... when you think theoretically when you hear something like that, you're like, okay, that's great news. But I'm thinking, my first gut reaction is, really? Just now?
Considering that we've seen so many ACL, athletes that, blow out an ACL. And it's
back 8 months later.
Yeah. Where that was automatically forever. 1 year, you're done. You had, I think the first one may have been Adrian Peterson that came back in the season or something close to it.
I want to say it was one of those deals where he got hurt at the end of a football season and came back, and I think he started the next season like he didn't miss anything. Now granted, Adrian Peterson's just a different human being on a lot of different levels. But yeah, I don't know that. And again, maybe we're in the slow season as we alluded to, and Kyrie is, and maybe again Kyrie will wax poetic. So maybe he's got a bionic knee that we don't realize, and it went from being like, hey, you've got a 33-year-old knee to maybe it's a 25-year-old knee.
I'm so grateful that I've had the time to heal and just experiment with my body more on the court and off the court in the weight room and just pushing myself to the limit. Much like the year one for Jet, never a dry moment.
Nope.
You and I haven't really delved too much into this. Does Ujiri... Oh, by the way, take one coach off the Dallas map. I saw this last night as I was at Outback Steakhouse. Some of you unfamiliar with. Fine meal, by the way. Sean Sweeney. You can take him off your coaches to get hired list. He's now the new head coach for the Orlando Magic. So unlike the NFL, where you have to wait, Magic
couldn't
said
grab Billy Donovan back, huh?
Yeah.
We found her. I don't know that I'd want Billy Donovan.
No, I did. Oh, really?
From an NBA perspective, no.
Yeah.
What is it about Billy Donovan that makes me that if I'm the I'll tell you what,
he's a pretty damn good coach.
Is he?
He had that.
Is he?
That Bulls roster over the years, they had done him no favors.
And I'll give it to our boy Degenerate Jake, who watches a lot more Chicago Bulls basketball than I do. I will say this about Billy Donovan. Do I think he's a good coach? Absolutely. And is he one of the few college coaches that has gone to the NBA? And, for some folks, depending upon how old you are, don't realize that he's got back-to-back NCAA titles from back in the day, right? Like they aren't aware or familiar with his college game.
And I'm a total Billy D homer, so take it for what it's worth.
Now,
I have a sweet
program,
spot. Yeah.
No. Look, if you told me, hey, my college team's about to get, if I was a SMU and I was going to get Billy Donovan, sign me up. Now, if I'm KU or Kentucky, and I'm getting,
this is my wet dream. I want
Really?
Pope gone and Billy Donovan. Now, it's not going to happen, but yeah.
I guess I'm of the variety of I want a coach that I think that is going to be there for 15 to 20 years. Now, maybe that's wishful thinking.
Yeah. Look, there's no question that it had become, in some respects, a young man's game. But I still think, as far as the college coaching, and this goes football and basketball, but I think last year, especially in the NCAA tournament, you saw some of the older guard still showing that we could still do this very well and at the highest of all levels.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I think in a perfect world you would want that, but right now I'm just pretty much desperate. So it is what it is.
Although apparently you guys are in the running for that Iowa State kid.
Yeah. We're supposed to find out middle of this week, I think. I don't know.
I mean, you won't get Teron
by the way,
Stokes, but
football
that's okay.
program.
Don't feel
Football
bad.
program. Sneaky. Top 10 class? What are we doing?
Kentucky?
Top 10.
Kentucky's got a top 10 recruiting football class?
Yeah, in 27.
Really?
Yeah. It's the
Who's your coach now?
Will Stein,
Where's he from?
Oregon.
Okay.
Number 2
Was he a
quarterback
DC
in the
or OC?
country, like the number 1 wide receiver.
Was he
OC.
DC or OC? Okay.
OC.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I mean, Kentucky should not be a hard place to recruit to.
No, I've been saying it for years.
You know?
They poured a ton of money into it. You're playing.
What's y'all stadium like?
It's decent.
Yeah.
It's decent.
Are you guys? Do you think you'll pour a lot of money into it, like our stupid AD has to?
They have. It was years ago. I don't know if they'll put more in it. It's funny.
Plus, you guys are a Nike school.
Yeah.
I mean, and that
know.
blue
Yeah.
goes in, man.
Yeah, dude, it pops. That's
does.
why when you go
And your
every year,
unis?
dude,
What?
every year leading up
just
to the
thinking
draft.
about it.
Leading up to the draft. Now, granted, it's because you're playing in the SEC, but also like uniforms and the fact that there's been so many times where they've been trash. So many highlights are shown of players playing against Kentucky.
Yeah.
Like in the build up to the draft. I've noticed that so much. I'm like, all right, it's good. It's a good looking clip, right? Just aesthetically.
That's right.
A lot of highlights. Let me get some of those defenses.
You know what? Let's get some of the highlights. Let's get some of them Wildcat highlights.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, it's highlights for the other teams playing Kentucky.
Well, I'm just saying, let's get some of them highlights working in the other direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're working on that. So, which is great because the basketball program's trash.
We need to go to a Kentucky basketball game.
Yeah,
We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
we're gonna do it. I look. I respect the Kentucky basketball
I've always said
program.
I need to go to yours.
We gotta go see
I got to go to the
Allen
Fog.
Fieldhouse. We got to go see Allen. Apparently, Duke's coming to KU next year.
How much you think those tickets are?
Ain't gonna be cheap. I can tell you that much. Now,
Cheapest will be the same as what we were talking about Game 7 tonight. Because there were tickets last year for that big Monday thriller. Peterson took himself out, but you guys upset
Wow.
Iowa State?
Wow. No, it was Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah, that one.
Arizona.
And the tickets for that I heard were like the cheapest was like $400.
Oh, yeah. But apparently, hey, he's getting a lot of love on the after the combine.
Speaking of love shows up in a lot of ways. Sometimes it shows up by not getting the last word when arguing.
Oh man!
Even when you know you're right.
What's the biggest argument you and Reese have gotten into in this last year?
In the last year,
Because I'm trying to picture you getting angry.
I was still connected to my mom's credit. My credit
Say too
card
much.
had my mom on there.
Okay.
And that ruffled her feathers. Yeah. And I was like, I just like my mom having easy deposits on there. She's like, "Oh, I'm loving you, son. Here you go." And so just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we made the switch. We have the Nelson family account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that caused a little bit of a rift, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Reese was like, "Why?" So she was mad that your mom was on it, or was mad that she wasn't on it?
She was mad that mom was there. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can
Interesting.
That makes
imagine
sense.
Jet right now just, taking some whatever heat and his response, in kind. Well,
I mean, Mom's still putting some money on the books.
That's
every now and
and
again.
the first word to me, I just in my head is, well, here, and giving the side.
Now,
Not necessarily coming back with heat like I do, which is why I'm single.
are you a twin?
I have
Or am I
two.
thinking
I have an older sister and a younger sister.
Okay, and because that's right, because your older sister's from a previous relationship,
Yep,
correct?
yep.
Okay, but you're the only boy,
Yes.
right? So you're your mom, you're her only son.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That means a lot.
Look, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, and that can cause
I'm the same
friction.
there. Yeah.
Okay, that can cause friction when mom's baby boy is finds a woman, right? And so now you got a little schism right there. Okay, how do they get along?
Oh, very well. This was just something kind of under the carpet. Just had to get cleaned up, kind of on me. I was just kind of letting that sit there. Let's just keep Mom on the account.
Trying to play both sides.
Yeah.
What'd your dad say? What Daddy Nelson have to?
He was just kind of like, he's always been on the track of don't combine your finances.
Yes,
And
good for him.
Yeah, that was kind of his advice. But the way me and Reese live, it could go either way. I think. Because a lot of the times I was just footing the bill for her on things, and so out of
Does she come from a big family?
Decent,
Okay,
average, I would want to say.
All right. How do you get along with her family?
Oh, very well.
Yeah.
They treat me like a superstar. They're like, "How's that radio stuff going?" They
Are they fatties? Do they listen?
I bet.
I tell
was
them
just
to.
going to say. I bet right now they're listening.
I don't know if
right
they're
now.
like
Proud.
I don't know if they're like huge Tolo fatties.
Oh.
But we got to fix that. We do
need to fix that.
Wow.
We do
Get
need
him
to
a
fix
shirt.
that.
Yeah.
Get him a shirt.
At the very least, give him a shout out.
214. Over time, you will both mold and shape new aspects of your lives, but at the core, always look to make sure you have ways to highlight the original reason why you fell in love in the first place. From somebody been married 13 years now.
I mean, are we reading fortune cookies right now? Because that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I mean, the advice that we're getting is just jumping off.
Adam in Arlington. Do we want to go with that one?
Sure.
God, I love Adam in Arlington.
What'd he say?
Best marriage advice I got: keep the fights clean and the sex dirty.
I mean, that
For what it's worth,
That's
22
tough
years, and
comment.
she still puts up with me, so maybe there's something to it.
From the 214, geez, Fred, relax. Maybe he's just now saying it, talking about Kyrie. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. But
I'm still having a hard time with the math on it, but anyway.
I'm with you. I just, if he's at 125%, then let's go with it. Let's go with it. I'd rather have Kyrie at 125% with that knee and that ACL than
Then at 108.
Because remember, if this team, and the only reason I say or pause with just a slight bit of caution is that this is the same guy who, if this team would have been competitive, we were told was going to come back last year. And then once they were terrible, they said, you know what, there's zero reason for you to come back. But again, this was a guy that we were told could have come back at the end of last year, early part of this year. And now you're telling me that he's just now saying that he's 100%? Again, maybe we're reading too much into it. Maybe it's a Saturday morning at the end of May, and there's nothing going on sports-wise other than a very mediocre Texas Rangers team.
There you go.
And we're grabbing at straws here.
We want more marriage advice for our boy Jed here. 877-881-1053 as we hit up fatties on the phone. We're taking your phone calls next. The 817, focus on building trust early. Be radically honest about your needs and fears.
That's it.
Man, the fears part of that. That hits. That's where you know where the trust really is there, when you can be open and honest about your own fears. Clear communication now will make the years ahead stronger. We got more of these as Jet celebrates year one of his marriage next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ here with the greatest of Underdog Fantasy. The NBA playoffs are finally here. Underdog is the place to get in.
weeks left of trying this thing out, and we'll see. We'll see.
Gentlemen, I'll be married 35 years this August. The best advice for marriage is simply this: never lose respect for one another. Always be able to communicate to each other. Lastly, never, ever throw each other under the bus publicly. You can fight till the dawn when you're home alone, but out in the world, you're a team that nothing comes between. That includes family, friends, clergy, whoever. Everything else will fall in line. Hey, it's my boy Chris from Amityville.
I'll tell you what.
Long-time listener, shout out.
That
What up,
is that's a very real thing, man. Is you better, if y'all ain't got each other's back,
seriously.
And look, I've learned in more ways than one, and I've made more than my fair share of mistakes. When y'all aren't on the same page in public, or don't have the same idea or whatever, then that's definitely an issue. That's definitely like that's vital information right there. Shout out to, and 35 years is no slouch.
And support comes from a number of different areas. Never use one bit of support to make up for all the other ways. Where there's a need that your partner has, and you can't do one thing and think that is the need, that's what you're supplying for that.
Right.
You can't do it with just gifts, or it's sometimes you have to be able to find what that person really needs in that season of their life. And, when that goes astray. But these are all things, too, I think that, because finances always come into play no matter what. And if you can make it through, rough seasons on that, then you can really, that all comes from what was said earlier on the building of trust and the communication of, your dreams and your fears. I thought that was really good. Some of this stuff coming in here is great. I should really take some screenshots of this. Will, from experience, most people know that they're making a mistake before they get married. It's like the check engine light has been on and they just ignored it. Bell.
I'm sorry. I was reading another one. That was read that one more time. From
experience, most people know they're making a mistake before they get married. It's like the check engine light has been on and they just ignored it.
This is, I'll tell you what, and I hope this guy, and from the 940, this talk about the ultimate flex, and I hope this guy's not ball sacking us here. And I couldn't agree more, though. Always motivate your partner to reach their full potential. I never dreamed I would own a company valued in the 10 figures. Ooh. Clearly not a radio host. I would have never done it without my wife pushing me. Part or full time. I would have never done it without my wife pushing me, and I pushed her to go to med school and become an obstetrician. So, from the 940, shout out to you and your 10-figure company and your wife, who's now an obstetrician. I don't know what that means. I'll Google it here in just a second.
No, OBGYN.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I've never heard it called an obstetrician.
Yeah. Obstetrician, gynecologist.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sweet Willie C.
Hey.
That was his fallback
He knows things.
Hey.
Back to you Swedish women out there, okay? Huh?
Hey, man.
Huh?
Hey. I'm trying to...
He may not be one, but he plays one on the radio.
Try to have a more diverse portfolio on the docs I call on, if you know what I mean.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You dabble in that world.
That's right. Yeah. That was my world for... Not in that particular space, but...
He's played in that sandbox.
This is another great one.
Fred
from the
having an
214
therapy session from the 214.
Marriage isn't a 50-50 relationship. You both have to give it 100%. And much
like Kyrie's knee.
Yeah.
Much like Kyrie's knee.
Well,
or maybe more.
Maybe more. Over at 100. Wherever you may be.
It's a winning relationship right there.
And much like addiction recovery, love is a day-by-day, moment by moment choice, not something that just happens.
That
is real good.
Let me tell you something.
214 just laid it down.
No, because I'll tell you what. I learned. It sucks, man. Addiction is a B. Your boy. I mean, look. I hate to say this, but I'll go ahead and say it on air because it pains me to say it. But one of my 2026 resolutions was to not smoke weed, and your boy relapsed on Saturday and then on Sunday as well. And I'll just tell you guys this. If you do slip up and it happens to the best of us, don't beat yourself up. Don't let it be the precipice for an even bigger gaffe.
Slide, right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it happens to the best of us. And, I reached out to a friend and talked to him about it. We got back on track, and your mind, especially, and look, you don't have to be an addict. I mean, whether you're an addict, not, whatever, married, not, whatever, it doesn't matter. But, your mind can tell you just about anything. It really, really can. And sometimes you need somebody to bounce things off of. And 9 times out of 10, what your mind's telling you is either 10 times worse than what you actually think it is. And so, I kind of stepped back. I looked at what happened, kind of played the tape over again to realize, like, all right, what could I have done differently? What were some of the factors that kind of led to what went down this past weekend? And, look, we live to fight another day.
Yeah, look, you get into a situation where you do it because, like you were saying when we were talking about this before, off the air, that you're like, look, it was not that big a deal. It was just like casual. And then there's the regret afterwards. Oh, I think you look back at it now and just be like, I can easily avoid that the next time the situation arises. Well, I shouldn't say easily, but I mean, identify the situation, be like, I'm good.
I'll just say this, and I think this pertains to both relationships and addiction. You can't negotiate with it. Mm-hmm. Okay, you cannot negotiate. I cannot negotiate with recovery. There is no, and you can't negotiate in a relationship. Like to that person's point, you know what's best for you and your wife. You know what's best. You know the thing, like, by you allowing, to your point, with the situation with your mom, right? Like, you knew Reese didn't like it.
Yep.
Okay, but you tried negotiating with it. Well, I love my mom, and hey, she does this, but at the end of the day, guess what? Number one didn't like it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And guess what? You love your mother. We all love our mothers, but you live with your wife.
Mm-hmm. And it was time to grow up.
And it was time to, you know what I'm saying? Yep. And you had to do what you had to do, and hopefully moms appreciated and understood it, and bada bing, bada boom. Same thing with addiction, same thing with recovery. I can't negotiate and say to myself, well, it's just a blunt, it's just a this, it's just, I'll be fine. No, because the after effects are real.
Yeah.
The after effects are real, the feeling is real, the whole thing. And then, like I said, it can set off a whole nother cascade of events that, then you're sitting there saying to yourself, like, how did I mean, because it doesn't matter. 150 days, however many days, I mean, you can be fine, and then all of a sudden, that's the alarming part, is just within one fell swoop, all the work you've put in can evaporate just like that, and you're sitting there holding the ball going, okay, what just happened?
Yeah.
How did we end up here?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. I appreciate the vulnerability that you just gave out there. 817 takes a real man to say that out loud, let alone on the radio. So good on you, dude. Good on you. And hey, look, Jet, my brother-in-law says this all the time. Happy wife, happy life.
That's about right.
Yes, yep. I've heard that too. Wasn't my wife, though.
All right. Your latest headlines.
Nor do I condone that either.
That's next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch.
Everybody give a shout out to Jed Nelson celebrating his first anniversary here today. Time to get to your latest headlines. We'll have a little fair or foul coming up next, and then Brennan Baxter and Jake Riepma will join us live from Globe Life Field. They'll take over at noon ahead of Rangers and Royals today. Rangers getting the win last night, 9-1. Mackenzie Gore, good outing. Today it'll be Kumar Rocker. Got to get things going. Got to keep the bats going.
Sorry, I had a truck text. Meanwhile, getting into it, not in a bad way. Having some serious middle-aged white guy conversation.
Relationship
quick.
Stuff.
I'll tell you
It's been a relationship show.
It really has been. From the 945, ex-girlfriend told me once, always keep it new.
Mm-hmm.
What she meant was never lose that new relationship feel years later. Now, that could go a couple different ways.
But now, here's the thing, and that is a...
New what?
That's a female perspective on that, okay?
How new we keeping it?
Yeah. The energy level...
That can get you in trouble now.
The energy level is hard. It's impossible to keep up after a certain period of time. You can't do that, and the expectation for that to be there is unfair to the man, in my opinion. Now, look, keeping things new, you could do things new. Always try to, surprise them or try to, do, things romantically, like all that kind of stuff, yes. But at some point, it is that newness, it wears off. And that's the strength of the relationship is shown after the newness wears off. And what kind of foundation have you built together? And like all those texts that we got in about, the open communication, the feeling of security you have and being able to be vulnerable with your significant other about your fears, about the things that, that you worry about, not always being that like strong, stoic, individual, to be able to share things like that. That's a great foundation right there. But that's where the newness. I was actually talking about this with my mother yesterday because she went through this with my stepdad, and they've been married 30 plus years, 35 years, somewhere in that neighborhood. Married a long time.
Okay,
great relationship.
Well, it's funny. So your mother. Now, is your dad still?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ever get remarried?
No. You want to talk about your biggest fears? You just,
No, that's
underscored.
That's what we worry about. We worry about we don't want to become our fathers.
Right.
In that vein.
Yeah.
Right? Like
I love my father. I love both my fathers, but you don't. Right. You don't. That's not where you want to end up.
No, I don't. Shout out to Fred too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Fred too.
The OG. We got a game.
He's something.
We got a Game 7 tonight. There was no easy way to segue. Little Debbie talk.
Little Debbie's. Little Debbie's. Little Debbie's.
Speaking of
famous
cancer.
Last words. Famous last words. I threw that out there to who was on Monday? Who was it? Was it Eric and Brennan?
I believe so.
That's who it was. And so we were doing crosstalk, and neither one of them, I threw out to them the Little Debbie talk, and neither one of them had heard the G-Bag conversation about Little Debbie. So they knew, they had zero idea what the hell I was talking about. And then, so I threw it out there to them. They didn't know what I was talking about. And then I kind of digressed mentally during the crosstalk. And so I kind of was off in my own little world. And apparently so was everybody else.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at me. And, you know how it is. When you're doing when you're in the same room, that's one thing. Fred, meanwhile, I kind of just spaced out. And then they said, well, what are you talking about? And I didn't hear that part.
And you were just looking?
So I'm kind of just staring off into space out at the Comerica backyard over at Globe Life Field. And then I look, and I've got Ross Lubinsky and Blake Elliott staring at me. Like, are you going to say something? I was like, huh? What? Oh, yeah. Well, that's too bad.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it was rough.
Oh,
rough. But we're back.
Good. Jalen Williams is not out tonight, Game 7.
Oh, yeah.
Hamstring.
No, he's out.
Yeah.
He's out. Game 7. Your prediction?
Thunder.
Yeah, I think so.
By 8. 2.5 is the spread there. Hope I'm wrong on that.
I hope. I would love to see the Thunder win just because I want to see the Knicks beat them. I want to see the Knicks beat. I want to see one of two things happen. I want to see either the Oklahoma City Thunder win tonight and then go on and get beat by the Knicks, or I want to see Wemby have a performance tonight where we're going to be talking about it for the next 20
forever.
years.
I could not agree more.
Like, this is going to be one of those pivotal, like, this is the moment Victor Wembanyama became that guy.
We do have a bit of breaking news as the NCAA has responded back in the situation with Brendan Sorsby with the injunction, allowing him to play for Texas Tech this season, right? Where the district court involved, the NCAA says it would be forced to become the first major American sports league to allow an athlete who bet on their own games to continue to compete if that injunction is to allow him to play. They laid out their opposition in a legal brief, and this was filed late on Friday at the district court in Lubbock. It revealed new details about the law enforcement's involvement in the origin of the case and the scope of the embattled quarterbacks betting. This coming from ESPN's David Purdom. Sorsby, or a hearing on Sorsby's request for an injunction is scheduled for Monday in Lubbock. And this coming from Scott Thompson in the letter to the NCAA that was included in the court documents filed Friday. Brendan has a mental health condition that predisposed him to compulsively use predatory and addictive online gambling apps. The NCAA stated in its brief that Sorsby should be commended for seeking treatment and is free to continue his playing career elsewhere, which means obviously the NFL. And, you know, all that with the supplemental draft, and then, you know, we'll see how that all plays out. This all coming that we learned within the last, day or so that he had spent right around $90,000 to $100,000 in gambling.
Damn.
Yeah. While at Indiana. That's a lot.
Brendan has a mental health condition that predisposed him to compulsively use predatory and addictive online gambling apps. Mm-hmm. Well, then you can't. I mean, okay, that's great, and I'm sorry that he's got that allegedly, but you can't let him play football in college.
I feel the same way, and actually,
because you're setting a incredibly dangerous precedent.
I totally agree. You just can't. I've said forever, the biggest, longest sports radio debate of all time was Pete Rose Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah.
And, coming from that area of the world, I'd always contend, I'm like, look, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can never, ever, ever allow him back in Major League Baseball. Since 1919, there has been a sign in every Major League Baseball clubhouse that says if you gamble on baseball, a Major League Baseball, you're gone forever.
Yeah.
You know the rules. Those are the rules. You can't do it. You can't do it when you have an effect on it. And this whole thing, like, well, Pete, he bet on them to win. Who cares? It's irrelevant. He could be using starting pitching longer than he should. It's not an objective. You can make the case that he's not making objective decisions because he has placed his own finances on that. This is from the NCAA. It would effectively sanction sports gambling by the most vulnerable student athletes. Those suffering from a gambling addiction could continue to bet knowing they could follow plaintiff's lead and rush to court if caught. It would create unfair outcomes for the many student athletes who have resisted the temptation to gamble or who have gambled and been punished under the same rules plaintiff now seeks to evade. It would undermine the integrity of college athletics by rewarding conduct that is universally prohibited in American sports. Most of y'all know me pretty well and know how I feel about the NCAA. That they are toothless, they're ridiculous. I've called them the Kremlin for 2 decades. I could not agree more with what they are saying here. You can't allow it. You cannot allow somebody that is on a team to bet on that team. Like, black and white. There is for me, no gray area here.
You know, I used to be on the you should let Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame conversation. And after listening to what you just said, because again, you can't. You think about it like it is the dangerous precedent that you're setting, and B, to your point, like you know you're not supposed to do it. Okay, like
to me, it was just separate the two, right? He can't be allowed back in baseball, but you don't have to be actually eligible in Major League Baseball to be in the Hall of Fame. They could have separated it that way.
You could have. Does Pete Rose, the player, belong in the Hall of Fame? 1,000%. 1,000%. Now, I would venture to say, do we think? I have a hard time buying, especially after watching the Pete Rose documentary. You can't convince me this dude wasn't betting on baseball when he was playing.
Oh, hey.
You know what I'm saying?
Most people believe that he was.
I mean, it's Pete Rose was a legit degenerate.
Yeah.
Now, was he a baseball savant?
Absolutely.
1,000%. I mean, I go back to, and me and my boy Bitter Mike Babbo talk about this all the time because he's probably my closest friend when it comes to talking about, I mean, it's as far as my biggest baseball mind goes. But I don't know if you ever saw that clip when Fox Sports brought him back to be an analyst for a little while on their studio show, and he explained hitting to Alex Rodriguez.
It was, it went viral.
Who is also a freak of nature when it comes to baseball. Like, I never knew, and I don't know, have you watched both those documentaries, the Pete Rose and the Alex Rodriguez ones? So
one of them was done by a close friend of mine, Terry Lukemeyer.
Which one?
Charlie Hustle.
Okay. There wasn't any, like, the Charlie Hustle or the Pete Rose documentary was great. And, I mean, I don't know. There was stuff I learned about him that you didn't necessarily know, and you got to see kind of but it didn't necessarily change my mind about Charlie, about Pete Rose. Like, Pete Rose is kind of a scummy dude.
Yeah.
Like, he really is, okay? But if you can, the old, can you separate the art from the artist? I mean, I could listen to him talk baseball, though.
All day.
For till the end of time. Like, the way that guy talks baseball.
But he got classic creepy again, and that's why he got kicked out of Fox.
That's the problem. He's a creep of creeps. I didn't realize, like, A-Rod is a psychopath when it comes to baseball.
Yeah.
Like, when Jeter
really knows it.
When Derek Jeter had to tell him, like, well, no, bro, we don't do baseball after the game's over. Like, we don't need to watch 8 different games and rewatch our game over. Like, we're going to eat dinner and chill, not watch.
That's not how A-Rod's built. That's
and A-Rod's not
how he's
built
wired
that way. He's a different, and it was a very, I get to some extent why guys do the things they do when it comes to PEDs, and that's a whole different conversation. But bringing it all the way back to Sorsby, look, his career's over. You can't have him play college football again. Go into the supplemental draft and be done.
Yeah,
like this needs to be over.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to see Brandon Sorsby play another college football down again, because if you let this guy play football, the message you're sending to 18 to 22-year-old or however old guys is, or really any athlete at this point, you know what? Bet on yourself, bet on games, and let's just throw the integrity of the game out the window. Because that's what we're doing. And I don't care if you're a backup or not. It doesn't need to happen.
So we're going to get to a little fair or foul next. But
we're almost
before
down to the end of the wire, boys.
Before we do, real quick, going back to the Pete Rose as a savant, it goes without saying that the biggest hinder to Pete Rose has always been himself.
Oh, 1,000%.
What he was as a manager. So about a couple months ago, one of my favorite baseball players of all time, Eric Davis, was on the All the Smoke podcast.
I saw that.
Yeah, with Matt Barnes. And he had Nick Swisher was on with him at this point. And the three of them talking ball was awesome. But Eric was talking about what it was like, as, going through the Reds organization when Pete Rose took over. And how they looked and how they built that team that won the 1990 World Series. That was Pete Rose's team. Pete Rose, first he's, bumping Dave Pallone and got suspended 30 games for, contacting an umpire, and then the gambling stuff, and then obviously he's gone. And they went and got a great, and I mean great manager in Lou Piniella. But as far as how that team was built, it was built around what Pete Rose wanted, and it was an incredibly well-built team with one Hall of Famer on it, Barry Larkin, and a bunch of other really good role guys. Pete Rose, it's just such a sad tale of his life and what could have been with him. We saw what he did on the field, but as a manager, as to what he could give back to the game and give to us baseball fans, and it was always cut short because, Pete's going to Pete. All right, fair or foul?
Arsenal's up 1-0. What does that mean? Woo! We'll tell you next. Don't go anywhere. Fair or foul?
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived.
happier. I couldn't be happier. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Tell you what, boys
You
and
know
girls.
what that music is.
Fair or foul from the 630. Spoiler alert next time on the Champions League. I'm at my kid's event and recording it. That's going to be foul. That's going to be foul. And I'm going to tell you why. 630. And number one, I hope your kid wins the game. But I'm going
to appreciate you listening.
We love the fact that you're at your kid's event, listening to 105 Through the Fan. I'm guessing on the Odyssey app. But I'm going to call foul for this reason only. The spoiler is that you're listening to a sports radio show. And on
this is
sports radio
live
shows,
sports talk.
Sometimes you're going to get scores.
Breaking news is breaking news.
Okay? Sometimes you're going to get scores on a sports... Look, I understand that that's a wild concept. Sports scores on a sports radio show.
There you are.
But from time to time, that's what we're going to do.
By the way, real quick, Rangers lineup today, 3:05 first pitch. Jock Peterson.
Let's go.
In the leadoff position, followed by Josh Young, Brandon Nimmo. At cleanup, Jake Berger, Ezekiel Duran in the 5 spot. Alejandro Osuna, Danny Jansen, Nick Lopez, and Michael Hellman. That'll be the 9 for your Rangers today.
There's our boy. Real quick, hey, tell Degenerate Jake to get in here real quick, because it looks like he's got a mental illness. Because he likes to gamble a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so do we think he's been affected by this? Just real quick, we got a fair foul.
I'm not sure how much college eligibility he's got left anyway.
Oh, I think he's got all. He's got all of his eligibility left, if I'm not mistaken. Breaking news.
Free 2.
What's that?
That's all I gotta say. Free 2.
Free 2?
Yeah.
Your boy, Sorsby?
Hey, you gotta lock my ass up too then. I did the same thing, so bet on my own team.
While on the team? While on the team?
That's not relevant.
We can't have him on. He can't play college football anymore, okay?
Probably not, no.
You
No.
cannot bet on teams that you're on and then expect to be able to play football. And, I'll tell you
or
what.
anything.
And somebody else said this, too, which I thought was perfect. Shout out to the 817. Yep, guns up. Brendan Sorsby should be out. And how much does Cincinnati know this whole time?
Oh, they know.
They knew all of it. They pointed him in the direction of it. When they were suing him for, I think it was $1 million. I don't know if that was Tex NIL or what he still owed them. Yeah, they put the NCAA on the trail. They were helping them with the investigation.
Yeah, they were.
That's why the whole thing was like, hey, 6-week suspension. We play Cincinnati at Cincinnati week 7. So
no kidding.
Yeah, imagine
wow,
this. Imagine the
twist
scene.
of irony.
Imagine that.
Probably not.
How fun would that be, though?
Yeah.
So now, okay, so are you producing?
I am, yeah, I am.
Okay, so this could be 2.5 hours of just Brendan Sorsby.
Could be. Could be.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll tell you right now,
I don't necessarily hate.
I talked about it with Brendan when we were golfing on Thursday, that I said, so he's done, right? And he's like, I really don't think so. And he's, Brendan's plugged in, at Tech.
He's told me a couple times that he's heard around the rumors that they think they have a really strong case. They think it's going to be a 6-game suspension.
He's claiming the whole mental health thing. That's what he's going. That's what he's using.
I think he's clinging on the fact that it happened when he was a freshman. I think that's the biggest thing. And look, he didn't. I mean, he bet on games that didn't even tie his cleats in. Like, I get it; it's an issue, but I think that's the premise of it. But you also have to look at it in the same way. Like, the NCAA is the most hypocritical organization you've ever seen in sports.
Yeah,
I mean, I was even driving in here. We finished a Sorsby talk, and the first ad we played was a Kalshi ad. Like, that's what you get with the NCAA, right? Like, I'm surprised we don't have a Prize Picks bread bowl at this point. I mean, they're the biggest sellouts in sports. They're going to do anything for a buck, but their players can't touch betting apps.
No, they can't.
Well,
they can't.
I look, if you want to gamble on sports, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. You just can't bet on your own team.
You can't bet on your own team.
You can't.
Bottom line is he did have a problem. 10,000 bets is crazy.
That's
Yeah.
Wild, man.
Hey, look, mental health. I mean, they can word it however they want. I mean, yes, he's got a gambling addiction. There's no question about it. But I worry that you're setting a very ugly precedent. You're letting. I mean, look, we've already realized what paying athletes has done to sports and to college athletics. You let this Brendan Sorsby thing slide. Well, it's only. I mean, kids then.
Yeah.
I mean, what happened with the Iowa State kids? Yeah, they all got booted out.
The Iowa State kid was betting on women's basketball, right? Women's college basketball, I believe, and he never touched the field again. So,
look, Brendan, guns up. Okay, God bless you. Get the hell out of my college football.
I hope he plays 6 games this year.
I hope. Get out of here. Take your boy Cody Campbell with you. Okay.
Oh, you didn't like the Miller Lite and the jock strap?
I don't want to hear Cody. Well, I just saw a thing about him. That I haven't got to the article yet. Somebody said that is Cody Campbell wants regulation, but maybe he needs to be regulated. So I kind of appreciate I'm anxious to dive into this article.
There was a Texas fan yesterday that challenged Cody Campbell to an Oklahoma drill, and he said, "Come to my backyard." And the kid's like, "I hope you bring a mouth guard." He's like, "All he needs is a Miller Lite and a jock strap."
I'm here for it. So, are you guys going to make this week one thing happen?
No way. They shouldn't. Okay. I love the.
I mean, I'm here for it.
I love the talk.
Texas can't though.
Texas Tech is. I mean, you're writing checks your roster can't cash. You might have your 4th string quarterback in there week 1 against an SEC opponent. I don't care if the game's in Lubbock. You're going to lose.
Texas is going to. I mean, yeah. Now, Texas does have to face Ohio State the next week.
That's why they won't do it. They've got a 9-game conference schedule, and they got to face Ohio State. Like, there's just no way they do it, especially in a college football playoff right now that doesn't award you for what you do out of conference.
Yeah. Now, when you do the now you move it to 24. Okay, we can have that conversation later, but look, y'all's schedule is.
Yeah. With that being said,
I mean, it's Charleston State.
It was kind of lame by Sark to make that comment.
I love it.
When he waited too late to make something happen. That's kind of late. He said
convenient.
He said their 2s and 3s could have beat Tech, and that he's not going to play the game. Like, what are we doing? Like, if you want to if you want to talk, then go to Lubbock and beat him by 40. You know.
No, I'm here for it.
Sark's had a good month of sound bites.
He has.
But we're in the doldrums right now.
Yeah.
We need college football coaches talking smack to each other.
Seriously.
What else we got?
I know. What's Jerry up to?
Jock Peterson. You know. Yeah. Spoiler alert: Arsenal still up 1-0.
It's gonna end 1-0 too.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh?
It's gonna end 1-0 too.
2-1. Whoop-de-doo. Real quick, since you're here, go ahead and you can participate in this, what we're about to do here. A little fair foul, okay? FIFA is adding extra cost to your dining experience, at least in the ATL. Some Atlanta area restaurants are preparing to add or increase automatic gratuity charges in anticipation of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Owners say with millions of international visitors expected, restaurants want to ensure that their service staff are fairly compensated during this busy tournament rush. Restaurateurs note that tipping, a standard custom in the U.S., where servers rely on tips to make a living wage, is not standard in many other countries. What do you think about, and will Americans revolt as a result of the extra or increased charge? Fair foul, Atlanta restaurant owners say they are adding a mandatory 20% tip ahead of the World Cup.
This is absolutely fair. I mean, I don't look at it when you say like the added extra charge.
Yeah.
Because of exactly what they were saying in there. You have a lot of international people coming in. They don't know the custom. They may not know the custom here that our servers and bartenders make, $2.50 an hour, $3 an hour.
Yeah.
Over there, they make, a certain wage and there's no tipping. So you can't have your service staff not being able to, make money if all of a sudden they're just out there working and nobody's tipping them. So to me, this is 1,000% fair.
I'm in full agreement with Will. I think the only thing is, let's make it clear that there's, 20% gratuity already built in. Because you'd hate to see somebody pay 40% gratuity because they didn't know it was built in, right?
Yeah,
so you got to make it clear.
Right. There are and we've seen them, there are charges on top of charges.
Yeah.
Like that I can't think off the top of my head right now where you look at it and you're like, service charge and then some other BS charge, right? Like, who does that? There's some, not just companies, like industries that have that. Like Ticketmaster, right?
Yeah.
Like, as long as it's not like a Ticketmaster situation where it's like, what are these? There's like 6 different charges on you. Like, what are all these? This is just one.
I would think that the restaurant is going to put a sign up, and that B, like you said, it'll automatically say underneath before it gets to tip, 20% gratuity already included.
Yeah.
If you're a server and some family comes in and tips you on top of the gratuity, do you say something? You're like, hey, just so you know.
No, because they're usually walking out the door by then.
That's true. You also usually don't see them after the check. You usually pick up the check after they leave.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So, I mean,
it's going to be a busy time, man. Take care of your service staff.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing.
It's just, all it is protecting. And
Yeah.
I've heard this before, and I never understood the 469. If you force me to pay 20%, I'm not going to your restaurant. I'd rather go to the other place that doesn't force me to do it, and I'd leave a tip bigger than 20%. I don't get it.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't get it. So
he just doesn't like being told what to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why is it such a big
Very
deal?
Fred-esque.
I want to have the control of what I'm going to pay. Here's a question. Okay, here's a question for you. Our boy Ben Rogers from Ben and Skin, he tweeted this out the other day, and I wanted to get y'all's thoughts on this because it's an interesting perspective, and you can certainly appreciate this. So I go to Starbucks from time to time, and again, we understand tipping culture has gotten. I mean, why am I?
I responded to this too.
Why am I tipping on a takeout order? Okay, why? I mean, what do I need? What you did your job? Okay, like you put my food together, you put it on a shelf, and I got my food and I left. Why am I tipping you $3 extra for you moving 5 feet? I mean, I should tip the cook if anything. Whatever.
You know what I did wrong? I went to it when I was at the Rangers game. I tipped when I got my beers. I tipped the concession stand, right?
Yeah.
But the guy that was walking around with the carrying the thing put the thing in front of me. I said no tip, and I got a lot of grief for that. And I was like, why? I did it to the concession stand, right? Like I'm assuming. Usually, all these big places they just split tips, right?
Yeah.
It's split down the middle for everybody.
Yeah.
I got a lot of grief, and I was so. If you're listening, guy who was carrying beers at the Rangers game, I apologize.
So wait a minute, Wait a minute, guys. You talking about the guy that does the beers in
up and down the stairs? Yeah, I didn't tip that guy.
So you didn't tip him.
I didn't tip him.
So you tipped the people that are just
the
people that are in a controlled environment that just literally just move from one spot to another. You tip them, but the guy carrying the beers, you didn't tip.
Yeah, the guy carrying the 40-pound jacket who had to set it down in between each stair.
The guy that deserves the tip more.
The guy that deserves the tip.
The guy that deserves probably a 25%.
Wow, and you didn't tip
I tell
him.
you what, there's not a place that you can go to now to purchase anything
they're making you
that
tip.
doesn't ask you to round up or to pay not just tipping, but to go to
Am I sure that
whatever
extra change is going to St. Jude?
Well, the thing about
the
thing about the rounding up stuff is they've already made that contribution. You're just reimbursing them. That's how it works. They've already made said donation.
You mean to tell me
and you're
when
paying
Walmart
them, yes.
coerces me into giving money for the kids?
Yes. They've already
so I'm
made
just paying
that donation.
Walmart back.
You're reimbursing them for their donation. Don't do it.
And Walmart won't get on Apple Pay. Like, what are we
they
doing?
won't.
No, they won't.
Kroger finally got on it. They were
by
on
the
it for a
way,
while.
and I'm going to tell you right now, and look, I say this as a longtime devoted Walmart customer. Some of that Walmart riffraff starting to make its way to Target.
Yeah.
Some of the Walmart riffraff is starting to make its way to Target. Now, this is in Louisville, so take that with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw some people yesterday, and yeah, maybe I'm judging a little bit, okay? But you know what? When you wear pajamas to Target, get out of my face.
Target was a sacred place.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, those walls are coming down.
They are. I mean,
Okay,
Target
those walls are
used to be
coming
the place where you'd run into all your sorority, especially in a college town, all the sorority chicks getting their little
moms.
Starbucks in the corner.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the place.
I'm not saying
you might pay like $10 more for your groceries.
Yeah.
True, but look, you're paying a convenience tax. You're paying an aesthetic tax. Real quick. You're paying an aesthetics tax. Okay. That said, so Ben brought up the fact that he went to Starbucks, got a regular black coffee, drip, and of course, they spin that thing around. Do you want a tip? And he didn't leave a tip, and he said the lady gave him a stank face.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've seen that. I've experienced it myself. When you go to fill up a hot cup of coffee and then hand it back to me, I'm tipping you for that. I'm tipping you for doing your job.
Yeah. That's why you got to go mobile order. Just bite, go in, grab it, leave. There's no tip.
But here's what was brought up. And this is where we're having Sweet Willie C here. And again, you like to imbibe from time to time. We don't balk when tipping our bartenders.
Right.
If the drink's strong, I mean, you got me. I'm good.
But my question is,
I'll take care of you. Take care of me.
All right, and I know where you're going with this because
they're saying, why are we not treating baristas the same way we would treat a bartender?
Right.
Because it takes time to. Okay, you know the steps you have to go through to become a bartender. Like you have to have a license to sell alcohol. You got to go through all these courses.
I mean, hey, when's the last time you made a caramel macchiato at home? Huh?
No, it's a good point.
I guess, yeah. I guess, yeah.
It is a good point.
I'm just arguing,
Now,
I'm still not tipping them squat, but I'm just saying.
Right.
Now, if they make a specialty drink, if I order a caramel macchiato, all right, that's my go-to outside of a black coffee, then I will give them $1.
Yeah.
But a black I got a black coffee yesterday after my therapy, and I was like, I'm not giving you $1 for you. I watched you. I could have easily walked back. If I can go back there and do it myself.
No, you're right. It is the culture. Like if somebody's like, hey, can I get a Miller Lite? And I go and I grab it and I crack it and give it to you. Do I really deserve something there? But the whole point of it being that we're doing the entirety of the job is a service. And I think that also can be looked at Starbucks too. But here's the problem.
Am I being a jerk for not giving $1 for
No.
coffee?
Here's the biggest issue that you have with Starbucks is the amount of money that you're paying for said cup of black coffee.
Yeah.
And now tipping on top of it.
Out the door.
Yeah.
For a grande black coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Just leave a little spot for cream, please. Thank you. That was it.
All right. Right now it's a Globe Life Field with Brennan and Jake next.
Hi, it's Michaela at Boomer Jacks. Wish your dollar could go a little farther? Me too. Join us as we are throwing it back to $2 domestics and
That's a long list. The bloody Nolan Ryan jersey.
Yeah.
That's top tier giveaway stuff. I'm
Really
putting
is.
that on my Mount Rushmore of all time giveaways because not only is it a jersey, but the theme that goes along with it, and to just give that away. I think people would pay big bucks for this, albeit in a replica form. And Melissa just delivered some to us, and I'm going to put this on in the break. Yes, I'll be shirtless during the break. I'll keep the fan cam on, and then we'll have the Nolan Ryan bloody jersey.
With moist pound cake all at the same time.
I don't even know what said for about a good 90 seconds in that. Oh, I couldn't breathe. Oh, boys. All right, have fun out there, guys.
Enjoy, guys.
All right, guys.
All right, that's Brandon and Jake. They're next here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Hey, Tolos, Corey Majors here with Dax Kirks from Best Buy Windows and Siding. This time of year, everything's about baseball, sunshine, and fixing stuff around the house.
Windows are usually at the top of that "I'll get to it later" list.
Until that electric bill hits.
Exactly. Old windows can cost you money every single month. Best Buy Windows and Siding is the home
It's a great day to turn it on and leave it on. Leading you up to Rangers Royals. My name is Jake Rietma, alongside my broadcast partner, Brennan Baxter. The heated rivalry
is back, baby.
It is so back. It's been a couple of weeks. It has, yes. And 877-881-1053. That's the number to get involved with the show if you've missed us, or if you haven't. Either way, I have been receptive to some of the meanest texts I've gotten.
It was on yesterday.
Yeah. You know, if you ever, in this business, you ever feel like, man, I've made it, just go ahead and read some of the mean texts. We used to do a segment, Angry Text. Maybe we'll have to bring that back. But with you, a little bit of a shorter show, with you until 2:30, which coincidentally, that's when I have a dentist appointment usually.
Really? 2:30 in the afternoon?
2:30. Oh. I did. Look at that. Come on, Brennan Baxter. Let's go.
You totally got me there.
You never heard that one before?
I've never heard
what's
that.
the best time to go see the dentist? Probably at 2:30. Oh, man, that is good.
Very dad joke here to kick off the show.
But let's get it going. Give the people a glimpse, a description of where we are. Comerica backyard, right here at the beautiful, beautiful Globe Life Field. Gates have not opened yet, but if you're with us in the crosstalk and you turn it on, leave it on, as you should, Brennan Baxter, I mentioned Melissa, who is not necessarily in charge, but has access to some of the giveaway stuff. She is always so kind to us.
She is amazing.
And this probably is the number one example of how awesome Melissa is, because we're chopping it up before the show. She's glad to see you, that sort of thing. And I said, Melissa, that giveaway yesterday was so cool. It was just so unique. You had the Nolan Ryan jersey and the blood-stained Nolan Ryan jersey, to which I honestly wasn't even hinting at this. You as my witness. I was not, there was no motive.
No.
But she said, I think we got a couple extra.
And they did. And we're wearing them.
Yeah, they bring them right out. We've got the Rangers.
Extra large, which is a little tough for me.
Yeah, that's
being
all right.
vertically challenged.
No, that's all right. I've been hitting the gym for the wedding, so I think
good.
I think I'm trying to fill it out. Yeah. I appreciate that. A lot of contact here at Comerica Backyard. But if you're coming out to the Globe, come say hello.
Yes.
Very easy to get to. And, right now it's just the Rangers security that's saying hello. Usually when I'm interacting with security, it means I'm in trouble. And this particular time, I'm not in trouble.
Should we try to get you arrested with 12 to 2:30?
Yeah, I don't know about arrested. I think I'm in enough hot water.
That's fair.
As it is, based on some of my own mishaps, but that's going to happen. But what a show we have lined up, because, yes, it's May. We're getting into the whole dog days of summer conversation, but we're not quite there, because we got a Game 7 tonight, Spurs and Thunder. Victor Wembanyama, this, that, the other, OKC, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the foul baiter. It has taken a lot of the steam and the hype out of it for me.
With SGA's foul baiting?
Yes, it's not a great product to watch right now.
The games outside of the first game, they haven't been great. Now you're getting like a Game 7 in the West Finals, two young teams in the NBA that have been phenomenal for the league. And I'll be honest, I'm coming from a guy that has been very adamant that I have a large disdain for the NBA now. I don't like the NBA compared to what it was 15, 20 years ago. But I have tuned into this series, and it's exciting basketball to watch in the sense that we're getting two young teams that could be good for the next decade, but it's also hard to watch at the same time. I agree with you that the whole problem with SGA and the foul baiting and the rage baiting the refs and all of that, it does play out. Like, you see it. It's a point that you can actually talk about and dissect. And I see a lot of videos on TikTok and what have you of people breaking down moments where he's done it. And for as good as he is, back-to-back MVP, deserving, he's still a great player. I think it's becoming a problem, the fact that this guy is so good, but that's what we're having to talk about is he getting away with too much? And is it disrupting the flow of the game where it's becoming unbearable to watch?
Right, and Game 7 is always going to be the best two words in sports. So if there's a Game 7, obviously I'm tuning in. But the New York Knicks, waiting for them based on how easy the Eastern Conference schedule lined up to be. I'm very curious to see if the Knicks were just on this untouchable tear and really that good, or if it was a product of an easy Eastern Conference. And I think a lot of the experts are saying, it's Oklahoma City. This is essentially tonight is the NBA Finals.
I would have said that going into the West Finals. I think I would take that back now and think the Knicks have a legitimate chance to win the NBA Finals. And there's certain teams throughout the course of history that you feel like it was just their year to win it all. The 2016 Cubs come to mind for that too, where a lot of things kind of bounce your way, things happen, and the Knicks getting the rest, being relatively healthy with OG back in the lineup. I think they could beat either of these teams after these teams had to go through a Game 7 gauntlet of a series.
No, absolutely. And I think, too, the excitement around the NBA Finals and what that breeds, there's a tune-in factor. Right. There's always going to be a tune-in factor.
And it's good for the league. Whatever you feel about the NBA, the fact that the New York Knicks are in the NBA Finals is great for sports. This is one of the most iconic franchises in America, getting back to the finals for the first time in a couple decades. I'm going to tune into the finals regardless of who plays Thunder Spurs against the Knicks. I think it's going to be a fascinating NBA Finals to watch. So as a sports fan, this at least gets you through, I think, those dog days of summer you talked about in June. But we get a couple weeks of NBA Finals basketball that you might want to watch due to the historic element of the Knicks being back.
Yes, the historic element. I love that. But we've also got the Stanley Cup Finals. They are set after last night.
Look out. The outlet pass chased down by Robinson. He scores!
The Carolina Hurricanes going to the Stanley Cup Finals. And I know I've kind of evolved into a let's talk hockey guy here at the Fan, and I've always loved the sport and played the sport for a long time. But last night marked, I guess is a better way to put it, one of my favorite things about hockey. Do you know what that might be, Brendan Baxter?
I do not.
Do you have any guess? Last night, the Montreal Canadiens were eliminated.
A Canadian team not making it.
That's right. One of the best streaks in sports, ladies and gentlemen. Every Canadian will tell you, we invented hockey, eh? It's the best sport because we're the best at it. But the Canadians, they lost the gold medal to the United States and continuing the streak. You know the last time a Canadian hockey team won the Stanley Cup, Brendan Baxter?
Was it in the...
You might not have been born.
80s?
Good question. Or good guess. I'm asking the question.
93.
Ding, ding, ding,
That's
ding,
right.
let's go!
I saw this recently. I knew I was close.
And the best part, not only has it been so long since the Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup, but more recently, an American Canadian football team has won the Grey Cup in 1995, which is the Canadian Football League Vince Lombardi. It's their Super Bowl, the Grey Cup. And the fact that a team from Baltimore won the Grey Cup in the Canadian Football League more recently than a Canadian NHL team has won the Stanley Cup just brings me great joy.
I will say this about the Stanley Cup playoffs this year. I think it's one of the more disappointing playoffs that I've watched in a long time. Like getting Vegas and Carolina in the Stanley Cup Finals to me is a bummer. Because we talked about all April leading into the playoffs, Stars, Wild, Avalanche. It felt like those trio would be representing the Western Conference. And you had really cool stories on the Eastern side with Buffalo playing really well and then being good for the first time in a long time. And just to get Vegas and Carolina back in the fold to me seems like this is a little bit of a letdown. I'm actually not that interested at all to watch the Stanley Cup. I probably won't even tune in if I'm being honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Here's what I'll say, and I've been vocal about this. The format sucks, which is such a bummer because it's Gary Bettman just, for whatever reason, trying to zag when everybody else zigs. It's playoffs. 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. That's how playoffs are done when you have 8 seeds. In his little top 2 of each division, it has royally screwed the Stanley Cup Finals, and you get these great matchups early in the playoffs. But how about this stat? You ready for this? Over the last 5 years, more than half of the NHL's conference finals have ended in 5 games.
games or fewer. 5 games or fewer. None have gone 7 games. It is a really, really difficult pill to swallow that you're getting the best series right away and then nothing when it matters most.
And you mentioned it too, right off the bat, that Game 7, the 2 best words in sports. And if you're not getting that late into the playoffs, there's a reason, though neither of us are Thunder or Spurs fans, we're going to tune in and watch tonight. And if the NHL, as it continues to increase in popularity, they need to have big moments with their star teams late. Like, for example, a guy like me who's a Stars fan but not a huge hockey guy, right. I'm not going to watch the Stanley Cup Finals now. Even if there's a Game 7 with I have nothing for Carolina or Vegas. No skin in the game. Yeah. No stake. Where if it was Minnesota or Colorado or Dallas, obviously, I'd want to see, because those are 2 of our biggest rivals right now in the sport. Right. It's just disappointing for the league.
And the Central Division in the Western Conference has been so good year after year after year. And this is just another year where they fell victim to the format. And I said this all along. You're going to have the 3 best teams in the regular season, the Avalanche, Wild, Stars. There's a chance all 3 of them are gone before the conference final.
And you were right.
And it's a bummer. And a great point here from the 903. It is the Stanley Cup Final and it is the NBA Finals. That's on me. Come on, Reba. You gotta be better than that. Okay. We've got some feedback coming in, which I appreciate. And it's 877-881-1053 is the number to get in touch with. From the 469, that's my guy Kid Muse. He says, Jake's back, let's go. And the YouTube has the music in the background. So we will effort to get that done. But lots.
It's one of my all-time favorites in the sense that Texas Tech gets to be in the national spotlight continuously, which is great. tonight, you go home with a limited edition Barbie.
Oh, my goodness.
Includes co-branded Texas Rangers / Barbie Hawaiian shirt.
What a weekend of promotions.
Where are those at? I want one.
You talk about a triple play from the hardworking staff at Globe Life Field. Yesterday, the Nolan Ryan Bloodstained Rangers giveaway, and we're getting the double thumbs up from some of the hardworking
nice they
crew.
are.
Everybody's nice here. I wish the real world operated the way the friendly confines of Globe Life Field operated. But talk about a triple header of amazing giveaways. Nolan Ryan Bloodstained jersey, Barbie Saturday, co-branded Texas Rangers Barbie Hawaiian shirt, and then we close it out tomorrow with the Star Wars bobblehead for, it doesn't say how many fans, so come on out. Make sure you get your Barbie Hawaiian branded shirt and your Star Wars bobblehead. But that's a heck of a weekend, Brendan Baxter.
I'm here for it. Hey, we get to be here, have a great time on air, get to the sights and sounds that was the week in sports, too.
Yeah, what do you say we do that, huh? Hey, and it sounds like we are back at it on YouTube, so thank you to Jacob Ray for efforting there. Thank you to Jacob Ray for cutting up all of these sound cuts for the best week that was in the sights and sounds. Let's just get it rolling because oh my, and I think we're going to use this a little bit later on, but the JJ and Kyler Murray, JJ McCarthy, Kyler Murray. If you're familiar with what's going on there, they had a little back and forth in the media, and I think, honestly, this is an example where Kyler Murray showed his maturity, his professionalism. He's a veteran. And J.J. McCarthy showed some youth. Give me cut number 6.
How would you describe your relationship with J.J. to this point?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him. Obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8. So I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism? Of course. Yeah, he's overly receptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
So J.J. McCarthy has done absolutely nothing to earn starter status with the Minnesota Vikings. And so for him to feel, the sense that I got was he's butthurt. And he feels like his spot has been taken, and he's looking at Kyler Murray as his competition, where Kyler Murray's come in, and he's going to be the week 1 starter. They wouldn't bring Kyler Murray and not to start right away because they don't trust J.J. McCarthy yet. And so this has clearly hurt J.J. McCarthy. He feels the need to look at Kyler more as his competitor more than his teammate, and I think this is the wrong play because Kyler comes in and knows his role, and he also is looking for redemption here because his leave from Arizona wasn't great, and he hasn't done much the last couple years. And so I think this was a bad look for J.J. McCarthy, and it makes Kyler Murray, who I typically disagree with and don't think that he's as good as some people think he is, look like the mature, correct veteran quarterback in the room, which he is.
And it's very rare in which the contrast of two players in the same situation are this far apart. Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, I would, and I'm not there every day covering the Minnesota Vikings, but I would say it honestly feels like, all right, it's 50-50. It's a quarterback battle. And to see how different of an approach they both have taken is, I think in a lot of ways, telling.
I agree.
You think about if it's a 2-minute drill, and who do you want leading your team? You want the guy that is embracing the opportunity to compete for the job, that is mentoring a younger player, that is outspoken, that can command a huddle, or do you want a guy that's out there feeling sorry for themselves because they were a first-round draft pick and all of a sudden they have to compete for a job? This is the NFL.
I think two things can be true at once around J.J. McCarthy. Is he was put in a tough position by when they drafted him because he wasn't necessarily looked at as this Fernando Mendoza type guy, Trevor Lawrence, like he's got to be the number 1 pick. He's going to lead franchises. There was some question marks about him because of the offense. It was ran at Michigan when he was there. And then he comes in, tears his ACL, is out for a year, and then looks not good last year. And I just feel like he's trying to play with this edge and build up this edge about him so he can prove people wrong. You don't do that in this situation. You accept the fact that you're in this battle while being a supportive teammate. And quarterbacks are supposed to be team leaders. You were supposed to be what Kyler Murray was in the interview. So this is another bad look for J.J. McCarthy in what is just a very rocky start into his NFL tenure.
No, absolutely. And I would also add that from some of my background covering the Michigan Wolverines, obviously J.J. McCarthy coming from Michigan, this sense of entitlement and, dare I say, arrogance, it is...
He is coming off as arrogant.
Very much that way around Ann Arbor. And I know they won a national championship under Harbaugh, but people forget, and not to give a history lesson on Michigan, but Harbaugh was on the hot seat for it was a 7-year period. He took a contract restructuring for less money. There's been plenty of examples of Michigan guys that had this sense of arrogance and entitlement about them, and when they came to the National Football League, that BS is not tolerated.
No.
And Mozzie Smith is another example. You know, obviously he was a very highly sought after first-round pick and just showed up and wasn't the player the Cowboys expected him to be. So I'm not saying it's a Michigan problem, but I think that was just one more example of a Michigan player.
Look at the contrast between Mendoza when Indiana goes to visit the White House, and Mendoza says, I want to stay with my teammates and just work. I'm at rookie camp. I got to earn my stripes. Even though I'm the number 1 overall pick, and I could be the future of this franchise, I'm still at the bottom. I'm starting at the bottom. I got to work my way to the top. That's where J.J. McCarthy should be, and he's coming off like should be the starter, that he's done enough to earn that. That's not true. He has been awful. And so it is time for J.J. McCarthy to humble himself, learn from a guy like Kyler Murray, who's had some success in the league, and then hopefully find a way to play meaningful games in the NFL.
Now, JJ did, to be fair, have he had 3-game sample size where he was slinging it. One of them being against the Dallas Cowboys. So he hasn't earned the unquestioned starter tag.
Right.
And that's what this boils down to. But it's Sights and Sounds right here on 105.3, the Fan University. Jake Reitma, Brennan Baxter, hanging out with you from Globe Life Field. If you're making your way out to the ballpark, come say hello. We're at Comerica's backyard beyond center field. But OTAs have started, and finally, somebody has said the quiet part out loud. This soundbite from one of my all-time favorite coaches, former Texas A&M legend, now head coach of the Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell, describing OTAs as a pajama party.
That have stuck out in the first 2 days?
There's been a lot of guys that have done really well for 2 days in pajamas. And then there's some that are learning through it. They're working through it, they're learning. But there again, I'm done with the hype of the pajama party in May. It's about the mental, it's about the movement skills, all that other stuff doesn't matter. And then we'll find out in training camp who's who. This will be the most competition we've had, in my opinion. I think top tier competition. This will be good. This is going to be good across the board.
So Dan Campbell saying OTAs are a pajama party, and they really don't put a lot of stock into it. It's I feel like everybody knows that, but it's just refreshing to hear a head coach say that.
Yeah, Dan Campbell keeps it real 100% of the time. It feels like this guy doesn't play games. And look, OTAs in May, it's really for the guys to get to know each other a little bit and throw some footballs around and start learning some sort of formations. But yeah, it's not football. They're not hitting each other. And a guy like Dan Campbell, who loves the physicality of the sport and is more of a rah-rah guy, he's probably bored out of his mind at OTAs. He wants to see people hit people and knock each other's heads off, and he's ready to roll for September, man. I think it's hard for a guy like that.
No, it absolutely is. And the fact of the matter being, this is all we have to go off of. It's end of May going into June. We got to work our way up there, but just a good reminder that we don't need any underwear Olympics pajama party scrimmage heroes in the midst of OTAs. But Sights and Sounds, we've got plenty of more sound to mix in throughout the course of the program because we've got
sound and more sound from the New York Football Giants. Some drama in the National Football League's NFC East Division, and it's not surrounding your Dallas Cowboys. Things are looking a little rough for the New York Giants. We'll get into that later in the program. But coming up next, we're going to switch gears. It's Fan University, after all. It's a pretty big college story to talk about right now.
You could say that. Some breaking news in the last hour and a half regarding the latest saga with Brendan Sorsby and his chances on his court case Monday morning. We'll break that down next on Baxter Class. You're listening to 105.3 The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell doesn't fudge on deliciousness. Our new black raspberry fudge ice cream in pints and half gallons combines black raspberry flavored ice cream with dark chocolate flavored chunks and a chocolate fudge swirl. The result is real. Taste the truth.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Brookshire grocery stores and all Walgreens.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. Donate your car today.
Hi, it's Michaela, and it's always game time at Boomer Jacks. Now, there are 2 more great reasons to love us. Enjoy $2 domestics and $3 Dos Equis each day until 2 a.m. Find your location in DFW at boomerjacks.com and raise your game.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party start at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked?
morning in Lubbock, 9 a.m., and he's trying to file a temporary relief to play so he can retain his eligibility. But some news came out on the extent of his gambling, Jake, and so I want to read you. This is from 3 hours ago, a breakdown of his gambling. So what the judge will have to decide on Monday morning if he violated or if he is qualified for an injunction and temporary relief to play.
Okay, I was just going to say let's run through what's at stake here.
His eligibility is at stake. The NCAA has already ruled him ineligible, and this morning the NCAA came out and said that his college career should be over because he clearly broke the rules of placing bets on his own team while at Indiana. Now, the extent of those bets had not come out until today. So I'm going to read you this, and you let me know. You can play the judge and executioner here, Jake, on if Brendan Sorsby should be granted an injunction. So he transferred at least $60,000 to friends to place bets on his behalf.
Smart.
At least 2,900 bets were placed while at Indiana for more than $30,000.
Just backing his guys. Okay.
From September to October 2022, he placed 40 bets on Indiana football, totaling at least $850.
Oh,
From October 2022 to November 2023, Sorsby placed at least 50 bets on Indiana basketball, totaling $1,400.
All right, he's showing he's versatile with
during
his
that,
bets.
yes,
He'll
during
bet football,
that
he'll bet basketball,
same
doesn't matter.
same time, he placed 300 bets on college football in general, not just Indiana, totaling at least $6,500. He admits he placed one or two bets of the three on Cincinnati hoops through his account. And then while at Texas Tech, which, remind you, has been a grand total of 4 months.
Right, because he transferred in. He hasn't even played a game.
From Cincinnati, hasn't played a game. He did actually play in the spring game. If you want to count, he did wear a Texas Tech uniform.
Did he bet on Texas
his own
Tech?
stats in the spring game? He sent $5,000 to a person who placed bets on the NBA, MLB, and PGA for him in the last 6 months.
Oh, boy.
So knowing all of that information now, do you feel like the judges, who, by the way, is a Texas grad and a Houston grad?
Oh, boy. That was another, there was a conversation about that,
The Texas Tech judge recused himself.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing all of that, what do you think?
I think this is one of those cases where you have to, and I'm certainly not qualified. I looked into law school and then realized I wasn't even close to smart enough for that. But you have to try to work backwards here in the sense that what could possibly be done to create any kind of reasonable doubt that he's not a full-blown gambling addict.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. When that first came out, I'm like, okay, Texas Tech and Brendan Sorsby are playing the mental illness game, the gambling addiction game.
Right. You got to find a layer and try to go for it.
And you got to, and I get that. And then I at first thought, okay, I see why they're doing that, but let's not play pretend here. The kid's just got a bunch of money and is a normal 22-year-old guy betting on sports. After reading all of the information that has come out the last month, and especially this weekend, that does scream gambling addiction to me.
Oh, it's a full-blown problem, yes.
Especially if you've transferred to Texas Tech, they've given you all this money. You know now that you've got to be clean. Like your NFL career is on the line. The biggest season of your college career, all the national hype is behind you. And you're still betting?
Yeah, when you put it like that,
2026, I just don't think there's a path here. If you're a judge, and by the way, I'm a Texas Tech graduate. I'm a big Texas Tech fan.
I thought you were going to say I'm a judge. I'm like, hey, congrats.
Oh, you had no idea? Yeah. You cannot rule this kid an injunction.
No.
I just don't. It's too clear-cut and dry.
And the more that's come out, it's just increasingly pointed to that conclusion. And I would also add that with Sorsby and the gambling, that's this, that, and the other, it's all terrible. But additionally, there's the component of him betting on the team and games he could be involved in. So you have not only the gambling addiction, but you have the jeopardizing of competitive integrity, which is the ultimate rule in sports you cannot break. And if he is wearing a Texas Tech football jersey next fall or this coming fall and playing, it sets the worst precedent.
It sets a bad precedent, and the thing that's difficult here too is he didn't point chafe. So people are saying, like, hey, he wasn't like he was going out and throwing a pick, right? He was redshirting, not playing in the game. But it doesn't matter. You're still on the roster. You're still betting. And he was betting the under on some of these games.
Yeah.
And when he first came out with this statement, he said he bet on Indiana to feel closer to the team, to like have more of an emotional invested interest.
I'm just backing my boys.
I'm just backing my boys.
Oh,
and
my
dude, I'm sorry. That's not.
Yeah.
That's just not the right statement to make in that situation. You got to own your mistake. And I do say I want to separate Brendan Sorsby, the individual, from Brendan Sorsby, the athlete, here too, because if he is an addict and he is struggling with gambling, we want Brendan Sorsby as a individual to get help and to hopefully improve so he doesn't have to deal with anxiety and the feeling of this addiction. I don't want to punish him as an individual. I hope Brendan Sorsby recovers. But as a clear-cut rule in the NCAA, he should not be ruled eligible to play football in college.
Yeah, and we find this all out Monday morning.
Monday morning at 9 a.m. is the hearing.
Okay. And, it feels like Texas Tech, with all the Sorsby stuff that's going on, there's also some other Texas Tech conversation with their big rival, Texas.
Yeah, exactly. And so that has been going on through all the midst of this is the game at which Sarkisian was playing, kind of making a small dig at Tech, saying there's a team in our state that our 2s and 3s could win their conference. And then Joey McGuire was speaking during some media availability this week and said that he has reached out to Keith Patterson, Abilene Christian's head coach. They've reached out to Texas State, and they've said, hey, we're willing to buy out these games so we can play Texas week 1 and essentially call out a bluff of we're ready to go. Cody Campbell's come out and said it. Texas Tech is defending the approach. And I believe we have some Texas Tech audio of Cody Campbell.
So Cody Campbell
talking on Pat McAfee.
Right. Cody Campbell is the big donor. Right?
Correct.
That he's the one funding this team, and I love the stakes being turned up this way and backing. I have no dog in the fight between Texas and Texas Tech, but this type of conversation leading up to, hey, if you're scared, if you want to talk that big game, come play us. And I think Cody Campbell, what he said on Pat McAfee, no less, one of the biggest platforms in all of sports media, this is just phenomenal. So Cody Campbell, big Texas Tech donor, had this to say on the matchup or scheduling Texas on the Pat McAfee show yesterday.
Well, so, you and I talk a lot about Texas, and but I don't know if you know the difference between bulls and steers. Do you know the difference?
So the bulls, they kind of go trotting around, looking,
Well, there's an important physical difference, and this is a family show, so I'm not going to lay it out to you. But I think a lot of your viewers know, and you maybe have some of your guys look it up.
Okay.
But Bebo, the Longhorns mascot, is a steer, and it's become very clear that there are quite a few steers down in Austin, and not very many bulls. And let me tell you something: when Sark opened his mouth and he picked a fight with a bunch of West Texas boys, he should have known that he better get ready to pack a lunch, because we're ready to strap it on.
Hell yeah.
We're ready to spot the ball, and we're ready to go.
This is a masterclass in PR from Texas Tech's perspective, because they know good and well Texas is not going to schedule Texas Tech week 1. And you create this sense of you want to talk a bunch of game but aren't willing to actually spot the ball. And with Texas Tech becoming a more relevant school in the state now, having won the Big 12 championship and having all the money in the NIL, it's just a fascinating rivalry. And we miss Texas. Like, speaking from the perspective, I miss playing Texas every year, regardless of the result of the game a majority of the seasons. It is an in-state rivalry that I wish never went away, and it would be fascinating to see that game played out.
And I'll play devil's advocate in a sense here from Texas's standpoint, that all you have to do is look at last season and see why they have no motivation or no reason to schedule a big-time opponent week 1, and they lost to Ohio State, which turned out to be their 3rd loss, and you could make the case what kept them from being in the college football playoffs. And Sark's been vocal about that. But to your point, the in-state part of it, former conference.
But if you're Sark and you're going to make this comment about our redshirt freshman third stringers could go win the Big 12, and then you have it's like, okay, well, if you're going to make that comment and complain about not a schedule or not wanting to play Texas Tech, that's not you can't have your cake and eat it too there.
Right. Let me ask you this, and this is something that maybe anybody. What sparked those comments from Sark? He just had a microphone and said, "Yeah,
he was at an event in Houston. It's like a Founders Club meeting, or I'm not exactly sure the extent, but essentially it was a donation.
Yeah,
thing
right.
that he was speaking.
Get the crowd. Yeah. I mean, we heard from Ritma yesterday getting the Rangers going. I get it.
And he was asked the question about the college football playoff, the state of college football playoff, and he just kind of referenced it in a quote about, well, there's a team in our state that essentially plays in the worst conference in America, and our 2s and 3s could go win that conference. And what you're insinuating by that comment is they could also beat Texas Tech, because in order to win the Big 12, your 2s and 3s should have to beat Texas Tech. And so Joey and Cody and Texas Tech are going,
let's spot the ball. Let's go.
We'll pay for it.
They're going to buy out Texas's game with Texas State. They're going to buy out Texas Tech's game
with Abilene Christian. And what's so funny, man, and I've been tweeting a lot about this online.
Yeah, Broadway Shuffle. Let's go.
Is Texas fans will say 57-7, like last time we played in Austin. Or they'll say, here's the game results from the last 20 years. Like, you're our little brother. Give me a break. And, dude, it's a new era. A new era of college football started in 2024, 2025. Like, this is not yesterday's Texas Tech. This is a team that has invested millions and millions of dollars into their program, facilities, and roster. We're on the same playing field as you.
Right, and I appreciate the text coming in at 877-881-1053. We might just keep this conversation going because it is really good. Saying from the 541 Texas 157.7
there it
last
is,
time.
like I said.
And that's great, but this is, I mean, in college football years, how many years ago was that?
That was in 2023.
Yeah, that's like dog years. That's like
dog years.
I mean, that's an ancient history. But I like arguing for both sides on this because you're the Texas Tech guy. I'll do my best to put on my Texas hat here to defend or even just argue for the Longhorns. Where, yes, if Sark, and there was a comment in here that said Sark wasn't saying Texas Tech was garbage. They're saying their schedule was.
He's insinuating that, though.
Correct.
Let's not play pretend on what he was saying.
Right. Which I do. I love all of the text. We're even getting a personal text here from Kevin Walker, who's our resident Texas fan. He's a big Longhorns guy, and saying the loss to Florida is what did Texas in last year, not making the playoffs. But it's the whole thing is why schedule a big time opponent in week 1 if it can't help you, it can only hurt you.
Right. And I understand that point, but at the end of the day, that's the problem with college football. And people have been making fun of Tech's soft schedule, but Texas Tech is willing to stand on the platform and say, we're willing to take a loss against you week 1. Mind you, if Brendan Sorsby got ruled ineligible, Will Hammond wouldn't be ready to go then either for Texas Tech. So you're essentially playing with your third-string quarterback.
Yeah,
and
they're willing and
they're willing to do it.
I love it. We'll keep it rolling because coming up next, we've got List University around the National Football League, some NFL drama, and I want to keep this conversation going as well. So what do you say? It's just basically a sports smorgasbord with everything we've got going. 1 hour in the books already. We're live from Globe Life Field at the Comerica backyard. Jake Rietma and Brennan Baxter on Fan University 105.3, The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on.
into hour number 2 on Fan University, your college football fix.
College football. We miss it, man.
It's close.
We need it back.
Well, we got it going right now. Jake Rima alongside Brendan Baxter, Jacob Ray, back in our 105.3 The Fan headquarters, Odyssey, Dallas, keeping us on the air, running the show. Ross Levinsky here, making sure we sound loud and proud from the Comerica backyard. Gates are opening shortly.
I see some people lining up outside.
We do. Which, by the way, I have to follow up on, it wasn't necessarily a tease, but if you turn it on and leave it on, which you should, you heard our discussion in Crosstalk. There was a tour going on, which, by the way, a tour of Globe Life Field. I love that stuff. I'm fascinated by ballparks, the ballpark architecture, the nooks and crannies, if you will, of all the different places around the Globe Life Field that you might not see on a day-to-day basis, everything that makes the show happen, the behind the scenes. And the first 2 fans I saw when I walked into the building today were wearing Tampa Bay Rays uniform jerseys and hats.
And you got the scoop on them.
I did.
You did some investigative journalism.
I'm Brendan Baxter. You know who you're talking to here. I have a master's
from Northwestern
in journalism. I did pass investigative reporting 3.0 or whatever it is. That's not the class that put me on academic probation. It was methods of journalism, if you were wondering. Not great. With Desi Hamford. Shout out Desi. We love her. But she identified me right away as a red flag problem student at Northwestern University in the master's program. But I casually, the tour was coming up here to the Comerica backyard landing area, and I just said, like, hey, I can't help but notice you're decked out in Tampa Bay Rays. They're not playing today. It's the Royals versus the Rangers.
Nowhere to be found.
Correct. So, nice guy. JT is his name. He and his son doing the ballparks tour. They are at, I believe they're doing all 30 ballparks, and in town for the Baylor tennis camp this week. So tying it all together, I know we're not in Waco. Waco's about an hour and a half.
Yep.
But they made the trip today. They're from St. Pete. They live 10 minutes from the stadium. Big Rays fans, but they want to see every single ballpark. So they're getting the tour of Globe Life Field today, and they're representing their hometown team. And JT's here for tennis camp
for
at
JT.
Baylor.
Well, as long as they root for the Rangers today, that's
Correct.
all that matters.
It's baseball time in Texas. It's Fan University time right now on 105.3 The Fan, which, by the way, I believe it's a little bit of a fan party at Globe Life Field today. Sean Sharif, the morning show. I believe RJ Choppy's coming out. He was here last night. Wooly Boley's going to be here. It might just be a big party at Globe Life Field like it always is.
Going to be a ton of fun, man.
That always is. But we had a conversation going before we went to break about your Texas Tech Red Raiders wanting to schedule the Texas Longhorns. And as any good sports conversation on radio does, it sparks the emotion, the reactions, the feedback, which is what we love from our listening audience, the Tolos, especially when we're not all on the same page. We like a little
we want some beef, especially in college
conflict.
football.
Yeah, that's what makes college football so fun. So want to catch up on some of the texts as we continue our conversation about Texas Tech and Texas, the Longhorns, because the big, if you will, the jumping off point, Cody Campbell, for a big donor for Texas Tech, said, we'll buy everybody out. We'll buy out your games, spot the ball. I don't think you know what you're signing up for with some boys from West Texas. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
So we've got a lot of long texts coming in here. I said we're going to read some, but from the 541, a team that got shut out playing in the playoffs, LMAO, TTU will always be little brother.
But I saw that a lot online too, and sure, we lost 23-0 against Oregon, but you made the playoffs. And even Kirby Hocutt, Texas Tech's AD, said, I don't remember seeing the result of Texas's playoff game a year ago. And so Texas and their fans right now, we're just talking a really big game, and they're using the past precedent. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Texas Tech is not the little brother to Texas, and that the history of the two teams playing each other does not significantly favor Texas. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's what
Spot the ball.
Spot the ball. And where Texas Tech has gone the last 2 seasons, Joey McGuire has built this program into a national title contender. They have been funneled with cash from said Cody Campbell. They've invested in facilities, and
it's a different landscape.
It's a different landscape, and I think that is bothering Texas fans because
I
they are now seeing the little brother from Lubbock. They can compete on the same field as them, and it frustrates them.
Yes, and look at Texas Tech. They've got the players that are getting drafted in the top 10. They got the David Bailey.
They had 9 players drafted this season.
I will also, and this is the fun part of these types of discussion. This is from the 469. I'm a Longhorn, and we should step up and kick the bleep out of them and play them, which I agree. I wish more Longhorns were taking that stance.
Yeah, if you want to just prove it, go play the game. This isn't 2023, Jake. This isn't. And what's funny to me about the Longhorns is if they were Oklahoma, like OU from 2014 to 2019, multiple Heisman Trophy winners, multiple conference championships, multiple playoff bids. What were the Longhorns doing their last 12 years in the Big 12, minus the 1 year that they went to the conference championship? It was stinky, as Ross is shaking his hand in front of his nose. It was underwhelming. This is not like the Longhorns team. Granted, they might have beat Tech a few times in that, but it's not like they were national contenders through Charlie Strong. It just was a rough decade there in the Big 12. And so just to assume like you would just come back in and dominate the conference, I just don't see that approach. OU has a more of a standing on Big 12 dominance and prominence the last 15 years than Texas does.
More text coming in at 877-881-1053. That's the fan text line, the number to get in touch with. And I can't even keep up. They're coming in so fast. But this one says from the 214, A&M is the little brother. Tech is the baby sister.
Oh, yeah.
Texas would smash Tech. Well, there's a lot of woods.
I actually tweeted this. I want you to answer this question. Which fan base, and you can combine the Big 12 and SEC, has the most insufferable fans?
Oh.
Coming from a Texas graduate, Texas.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's Ross Levinsky, our resident Texas graduate, on the mic. Listen, I have to agree. I really do.
They're insufferable.
It's so much, and I know nobody cares about this comparison, which is why I'm going to make it anyways. It's Texas and Michigan have so many similarities. And we talked about the Michigan arrogance with J.J. McCarthy when now Michigan did win a national championship under Harbaugh, but before that it was all this bark with no bite.
Yeah, and why is it that the Blue Bloods have such egos? Because they're like, I don't want to discredit Texas, even though I can't stay in the university. I don't like Austin. I'm a Texas Tech guy. I'm a West Texas guy. They're one of the most prestigious college athletic programs in the history of the sport. I'm not denying that. I'm not even denying Texas's success. I wish that we had even an ounce of the success that Texas has had in football as a Texas Tech alum. Doesn't change the fact that it's right here, right now, and it is a new era in college football. And I want to start Texas Tech 1-0 over Texas in that new era.
That is a fun way to summarize it. Of just roll the ball out there, spot the ball, and that ends the entirety of the conversation. But we promised for a sports smorgasbord. That's a tough word for me to say. So this is what we had on the old show sheet to get to, because I know you're one for making baseball fun. You're one for the antics, the celebrations, but we had one that went a little too far this past week, and it was in Milwaukee. I'm not sure if you saw this or remember it, but Abner Uribe did the Hingle McCringleberry.
I saw this.
The 3 pelvic thrusts to the opposing dugout.
I love it.
It was like Kenny Powers.
This reminds me of like Major League. Yeah. Like I felt like this would be a Charlie Sheen move in Major League, or who was the African guy that had the fun accent that did the weird voodoo stuff in the locker room in that movie?
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it in so long, but I can.
This would be something like that, but I'm blanking on his name. But I think this is all fun.
So I really think it's hilarious that we can kind of joke about this, but actually put some parameters around it. Maybe 1 is okay. But when you do the second and the third, they're calling it the triple chop celebration, directed at the Cardinals dugout.
I liked that it was 3. I think it being 3 makes it even more okay because it's a little funnier.
Yeah, he's just committing.
He's full sending the triple chop.
That's right, the triple chop. But he was suspended for 1 game. I saw a lot of tweets and memes and everything else that 1 game suspension for a legendary gift now that will live on forever. It might have been worth it.
Oh, for sure. And he's a bullpen guy, so it's like, is that 1 game a game he wouldn't even have to pitch in? I mean, right? Like, he just has to sit out the next day after already had pitched the day before. He probably wasn't going to play in the game anyways.
Correct. But this is going to go down as a suspension that many will remember. One of the more memorable suspensions for the triple chop, the Hingle-McCringleberry pelvic thrust ×3. So it got me wondering, what are some of the most notable suspensions in sports history? Of course, you've got the long ones. You've got the Pete Rose one. You've got, the full game season one with A-Rod. You've got all kinds of, Olympic competition where suspensions happened. But is there any that stand out to you for just some of the most off-the-wall suspensions that you can remember? 877-881-1053. Off-the-wall suspensions, with Uribe being suspended for the Hingle-McCringleberry triple pelvic thrust on the mound in the Brewers-Cardinals matchup. What comes to mind?
The Malice at the Palace.
Oh, yeah.
Is my number 1.
My grandparents were there.
They were at that game?
They were at that game, absolutely.
That, to me, I mean, off the wall in the sense that how often, clearly the suspensions were justified, but how often do you see players running into stands and getting into fistfights in the arena 15, 20 rows up? I believe that was Ron Artest.
Oh, yeah.
Ben Wallace. It was Pacers, Pistons back, 2004?
2004, November, yeah. Because it was after the season the Pistons were reigning NBA champions, and that whole Pacers team with, Jermaine O'Neal and Jamal Tinsley and Ron Artest, as you mentioned, Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson
was fighting people, man. That was, woo.
That one comes to mind to me as like the most memorable suspension-worthy moment in sports that I've seen. Granted, I was 8 years old at that time, but I remember it so vividly that I think that'd be number 1 for me.
I remember the Tanya Harding figure skating one, banned for life, because of her connection in the 1994 planned attack against Nancy Kerrigan. And the reason I remember that is the famous soundbite of Nancy Kerrigan going, why? But that took place in Detroit. And I was young, 94? I was very young, but I remember that being like, oh my goodness, this is taking place right here. So and Tanya Harding, there's been a couple of movies that there was like the actual motion picture film, but then there was some documentaries made about it.
Yeah, I, Tonya.
Yeah.
Wasn't Margot Robbie in that movie?
Yes. Fascinating story. I watched it on a plane one time. Good plane watch for you.
And that one's pretty savage because you literally ruined someone's career, and then it was clear that you plotted to do that, and you got caught, and then you strip yourself of the opportunity of being a legend, too. So that one's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, coming in from the 808, the Tyson Earbite. That's a good one as well. You've got from the 469, Kid Muse, our guy, Jason Terry in the NBA Finals.
Oh, the Draymond Green nut kick one.
Yeah, because that's a big legacy one. Because I don't think
the 3-1 Finals,
correct.
He gets suspended.
Yeah, because that was, correct me if I'm wrong, but LeBron's first title in Cleveland.
Yeah, that was 2016.
Because that was when that interrupted the Warriors. I mean, yes, they were still a dynasty, but that was the one they didn't win.
Correct. Yeah, they were the defending. That was that stretch where it was like the Warriors and Cavs every year for 5 years, and that really is what started the downfall of the NBA.
We have our resident anti-NBA guy, NBA hater here, Brendan Baxter. And to follow up from the Major League, the voodoo guy was Jobu. There you go. Jobo, legendary. There you go. Pedro was the batter in the movie. Donald Sterling, Clippers owner, was banned for life, obviously. From the 9-7-2, Josh Gordon for half of at Baylor for falling asleep in a Taco Bell parking lot. Can't have that. Might have been under a little bit of an influence there.
Yeah, I believe you can still get in trouble for that if you fall asleep in a parking lot even if you're not driving the vehicle.
Correct. Todd Bertuzzi, who I remember this one, suspended for the final 13 games of the 2003-2004 regular season and the entirety of the playoffs for an on-ice blindside attack on Stephen Moore. He skated up to him and just sucker punched him. It was, ooh.
We love that.
No, we don't. We don't. But those are your wild suspensions or off the wall in with Uribe in the triple pelvic thrust, which, again, I know it's a Key and Peele skit, but if we had, I mean, we have the challenge system, the OPS challenge system, we have instant replay. I think we got to implement some kind of celebration monitor of, hey, 1 pump's fine, 2 pumps, but when it's 3, that's just too many.
I like the 3 pumps, though, man. In fact, I'm going to add this
Of
into
course
my
you do.
repertoire.
Heated rivalry.
I'm playing in a golf tournament next week. When I make a nice long putt, I'm turning around and
don't get kicked off the tour.
I'm adding it.
I love that. Which, by the way, we didn't talk enough with Will Chambers about your guys' golf outing, and
Good day.
I know he's a Tolo. He turns it on and leaves it on. He was very complimentary of your golf game, which I would be as well.
Thank you.
Having gotten to play golf with you several times.
Yes.
We need to do it
Many
again.
more in the future.
Yeah.
Will had some good moments out there, man. I was impressed.
You're too kind. Who I think we need to set up me and you versus Will and
I hear Choppy's a good
RJ
golfer.
Choppy. I think
Derek Holland, I heard, is a pretty good golfer.
Oh, yeah.
Will was speaking nice things about his golf game. So,
and it would be fun to just do a 2-on-2. What's your favorite format? Scramble, best ball?
I like best ball.
Best ball.
I like a little pressure. I want the pressure on.
I
on
would be
me.
contributing much to the best ball, but my handicap's gone down. The handicap's
We
gone
should
down.
do a 105.3 The Fan YouTube golf.
Oh, it'd be so
game.
fun.
Like,
Yeah, like
get
they
into,
did
get into the
Barstool.
YouTube content creation. Compete with Barstool.
We'll talk to Aiden. Aiden set up the fan cam for us today, which we appreciate. But lots more to get to on this special edition of Fan University, live from Globe Life Field. We're at the Comerica backyard. Come on out and say hello. I believe gates are opening shortly. Royals, Rangers. You got Kamar Rocker on the bump. Looking forward to that later today. But we got Jake's Takes coming up. Jake's Takes, more sad news in the sports media industry, and we'll also mix in perhaps some of the NFL drama, because we haven't got to that. That's coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush.
golden tones of Jacob Ray, because it's been a while. It's been a while, and it's great to see you, which, by the way...
Gates open, man.
That's right. The gates are open. The fans are rushing in to see batting practice. Is there anything better than, as a kid, going to batting practice?
Nothing. Having your glove, hoping to catch some balls. I mean, it's just awesome. I used to love going to games as a kid. Back at the old, now Choctaw Stadium, but ballpark in Arlington, and hey, it's fun here too, man. And they're ready to see the Rangers get on a win streak.
That's right. It happened last night, the 9-1 victory over the Royals, and it was so nice to see a couple of home runs from the Rangers as opposed to the opposition, and Mackenzie Gore looked really good. But Jacob Ray, let me ask you this. Were you ever a batting practice guy? I used to be just a maniac at batting practice. I think I got 7 balls one time.
Really?
You know, I was never a big outfield guy. I was usually a shortstop, second base kind of kid. But look, I mean, I feel like I could track down fly balls like with the best of them. So I'd definitely be down to run out there for about 2 hours and shag some balls. That sounds like a really fun time. I would love to hit, though, you know?
Oh, yeah.
If they had a rule where, like, catch 10 fly balls, you get 10 pitches to hit, you know, that's me all day, because I want to hit some dingers, man.
No, I love that. I love that as well. And you saw Robo, Jason Robertson for the Dallas Stars, taking some hacks earlier this week. He was on the pregame show on Rangers Sports Network with Jared Sandler and Elvis Andrews. That was awesome. Enjoyed that, as always. The great crossover between Rangers and
they do
Stars.
a good job of that.
They do. And I've been in other cities. It's not always. Oh, sick! I've been in other cities. It's not always that case. Yes, I have gone from
world traveler.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
like
flying out today. You're going to Pittsburgh tonight.
Yeah, I'm Morgantown. I got a flight into Morgantown, which the airport in Morgantown, very small. But I'm going to, because I love sports. Sports are the best. I'm going to see some Rangers baseball today, and then college baseball tomorrow. It's the NCAA regionals.
Yeah, West Virginia, right?
Correct. They are hosting. I believe they are number 10 in the country, but they're the way they
Big 12 baseball, man.
Yeah.
That Big 12 conference.
Great baseball conference. Wish I could say the same about football.
Oh, wow.
It's the worst.
Best conference in America.
Not actually, but if you are coming to the ball game today at Globe Life Field, Rangers Royals, an afternoon tilt. And the Rangers looking to make it 2 wins in a row. Kamar Rocker on the bump for Texas. Looking forward to that. We'll chat more with Jared Sandler at 1:40. He's set to join us here. But right now in Jake's Takes, I always like to give my opinion on some things. And I hate seeing this type of news. The layoffs within our industry. Sports Illustrated made more and more layoffs. And longtime writers Greg Bishop and Michael Rosenberg were among those that were laid off on Friday. Overall, 10 to 15 people were affected. And this is coming from Front Office Sports, but it feels like Sports Illustrated is all. I mean, I know the industry, the deliverables to consumers via newspapers, magazines, it's all so different. But growing up, man, Sports Illustrated was just such an icon.
Yeah, you had the SI covers, the Sports Illustrated magazine. Like, it just felt like, if you could get your hands on one of those as a kid, you really love sports, you felt like you had kind of finally, grown up into, man, this is so cool to see your enter favorite athlete here on the cover. And yeah, man, now the way sports media is gone, it's obviously so digital, and there's not a lot of that anymore. And unfortunately, like, even writing and all of that going on just doesn't happen as frequently anymore. You get it all online, and that leads to more layoffs and less people needing to work at the actual station or studio, and it's unfortunate for the world of sports, but it's where we're at.
Right, and now, like, this is, I guess it is an opportunity as more and more fans are coming into the ballpark. Yeah, we're seeing some visiting. Man. Welcome Royals fans. Hope you guys have a great experience and enjoy every part of Globe Life Field.
Enjoy your loss.
Yeah, there. I was being so nice, and then you go and talk trash, you know?
they walked away.
Yeah, after you're, well, of course they did. You were being so mean, for goodness sake. We got more Royals fans.
Another Royals fan right
welcome
here.
To the ballpark. They're rocking the KC uniforms.
I will say that's a cool jersey.
I like the Royals City Connect uniforms, but I like the powder blue uniforms better.
They've got great colors.
They do. But I just, when I see the layoffs happening, and then I go on Instagram or TikTok, and there's all these
content creators. And I just miss the pure, I don't know, innocence of sports journalism, to where now everybody's about themselves. They want to, get their big name out there and see how many views they get.
Yeah, it's
and
TikTok. It's come to the station with me for a day.
Yeah,
who gives a crap?
I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, come with me to work and show what it's like. And I know I'm being a little bit, I guess, stereotypical there, but I miss when people reported on a team, and there's still, of course, beat writers and everything like that, but it's not the same as it used to be, and you get so many more people that want to make it about themselves.
Right. Yeah, true journalism now. Everyone wants a clickbait on Twitter. They want their moment. I've had that happen to me personally, where you get made fun of online, and it's like some guy that feels like it's their opportunity. Guy that covers the show, I guess, Clarence Hill Jr.
Oh, he went at you.
Went at me, man, on Twitter for a Texas comment.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at that.
And I was so shell-shocked I couldn't think of a response. So it's tough, man. It's a tough world out there in sports media and journalism.
I think when social media and Twitter and everything else, that started to, it was such a slippery slope. And now teams realized we can control our own messaging. We can, the evolution of it all, just with Sports Illustrated kind of being the poster child and the focal point of being left behind because they didn't adapt. But that's not to say that I liked where the industry went,
Well, because there's so much more access to things now too, which is a benefit of it. But at the same time, you're right. Instead of here's Ranger Sports Network, true journalism, everyone's trying to make sure the right person's in front of them asking the questions. You want to put out your own content. You're now controlling your own social media brand. So the Rangers are their own brand. It's not ESPN now covering the Rangers as much. Like, you want the guys that the players see all the time talking to have them have their moment. But then they take that moment in turn and make it their own brand and their own image. And it's just tough to manage. It's tough to know what's real.
There's a lot of noise.
There's a lot of noise. Who's there because they just love sports, love that team, love the city, and want to cover it? Or who's there because they're just trying to make a name for themselves and move on to something else?
It was so telling for me, and I know I've joked about this going to Northwestern, but there was like a distinct line of all the people I was in school with in the sports media specialization program of guys that wanted, like, we used to talk, this guy just wants the blue check mark, and they just want to be famous, and they see sports broadcasting or sports media as the way to get there. And then there was the other half of the class that, like, I want to cover, I love sports so much, I want to cover the best of the best. We got some Tolos right here.
They've all got the same shirt, different
colors.
Goodness,
I love it.
Take me out to the ball game.
You're at the ball game.
The whole fam.
Mission accomplished right there. Oh my goodness, that's why Tolos are the best.
There's 6.
Oh, there's another one. Oh my goodness, take me out to the ball game.
From the bathroom.
That is great stuff.
They have 6 more stadiums in their ballpark.
Oh my goodness, where are you guys from?
Where are you from?
California.
First time at Globe Life?
Oh my goodness. Welcome.
Hey,
welcome.
We got an Angels fan right here.
My, that's all right. Hey, we got lots of fans. Welcome to Globe Life Field. We are 105.3 The Fan. We are getting you ready for Rangers Royals. And we are excited to welcome all the fans.
Best pitcher ever, Nolan Ryan comment right here.
I don't disagree.
Fantastic.
I don't disagree. Put it up top. There we go. Very nice to meet you guys. As we are live on the air. So
that's awesome. Y'all have a great day.
Take me out to the ball game. They made it to Globe Life Field.
Anaheim fans, Philly fans, and here they are at Globe Life coming to say hi.
That's awesome.
New fan
right there.
Go Rangers.
We got to go
New
Rangers.
fans at 105.3.
How about that? That's what we do on Jake's Takes. We unite the people. We're about uniting rather than division.
You never know where this segment's going to go.
No, you sure don't. And this also happened. We got about 2 minutes to get to this. Did you see the bat dog drama?
I did not see this.
So I
want to be surprised by this.
Like a bat boy in minor leagues, or pick up the they got him.
We're here.
Yeah, right. And some minor league teams have canines, dogs do it. It's great. They pick up the bat and everything. This particular one
for a Dodgers affiliate in, I believe, I want to say it was Double-A Tulsa Drillers. The prospect was Kendall George, suffered an injury while jumping out of the way to avoid the bat dog.
Wow.
Which, you got to know the dog. You got to have better awareness because he had scored, and I know Peyton was talking about this, the ultimate dog lover at 105.3 The Fan, and to piggyback off of his segment, but the player was injured, so as a result, Double-A Tulsa Drillers suspended all of the dogs, all the bat dogs.
Free the dogs, man.
Yeah, but don't worry. Standing in solidarity with the bat dogs and letting them know that they've got their back, you have to feel good about this baseball team right here. This is the Wilma the Bat Dog is on strike for the Portland Pickles. The Portland Pickles Bat Dog, Wilma, is standing in solidarity with the Tulsa Drillers, with the Achilles of the Tulsa Drillers. Those are the dogs.
Okay.
And will be going on strike effective immediately.
Wow.
So that's what you love about the dog community is they will stand together and back one another. So it's great stuff right there.
Good for Wilma, man. We need more bat dogs in America.
No, we absolutely do. There is no doubt about that. But we got the Tolos saying hello. We're just getting going on Fan University. We'll continue to break down this matchup with the Royals and Rangers coming up. We'll talk with Jared Sandler at 1:40.
New 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Dax Kirks here. Let's be real. Right now, everything feels so expensive, and replacing your windows can feel like something to put off. But here's the thing. Old, inefficient windows are costing you money. Our windows can help lower your monthly bills, and that adds up. We're home with the 10 windows for just $59.50. And with 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, you don't have to come out of pocket to get started. If you've been putting it off, now's the time to call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, you can save on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 3-pound rolls are only $4.99 a pound with your card. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
Hi, it's Michaela to tell you at Boomer Jacks, now it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, we think you deserve a break. 2 means $2 domestic drafts every day until 2 a.m. And 3 is for $3 Dos Equis days because 2 is always better than 1.
The big event is finally coming to North Texas this summer, and that means increased travel activity. Consider using transit, carpooling, shifting travel times, or working from home if possible during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/game plan.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family
America backyard. Yeah, we got some Tolos here. We got some Royals fans we're visiting between breaks with, and some Rays fans, and some fans all the way from California.
6 ballparks to go on their tour.
Pretty incredible stuff. Hopefully all having an enjoyable time at Globe Life Field. It's always an enjoyable time when we're at Globe Life Field because we get to be in person with Jared Sandler, who joins us now. Good afternoon, Jared.
What's up? How's it going, guys?
How you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you guys?
You ready for the matinee game today?
I am. I like a good Saturday day game.
I do too.
Got to have a night at home.
Jared, can I make the argument that if you would have told me before the first game of the season that May 30th you'd only be 2.5 games out of the division and 2.5 games out of a wild card spot, you would take that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, maybe not the way that the Rangers have gotten there, right?
Right. Regardless of record,
yeah.
if I said you got to sign up for it right now, you would take it.
Yeah, if you're the Dodgers, you're like probably upset about that, right? If you're the Yankees, maybe you're upset about. I don't know. But if you're the Rangers, you're coming off back-to-back seasons, not making the playoffs. Not saying that the hope should be, they just, we're a little bit on the outside. But yeah, I mean, you're within striking distance.
Well, and I see you on Twitter. You get a lot of heat for your positive spins on games, but I'm sitting here like the vibes are very low. But yet you're still.
There are positive spins projected.
Correct.
People hear what they want to hear.
Hey, that's what I love when you say that. I see you say that all the time. Like you're hearing what you want to hear.
It's not like after the game on. What's today? Saturday. The game on Thursday, or after the no-hitter, it wasn't like, hey, but they tried hard.
Right.
we're honest. I mean, it hasn't been. Let's call a spade a spade. The Rangers have not played at the level that they expected to play. So the 2.5 games, yes. In a vacuum, yes. In with context, how they've played, I think there's probably frustration because they feel like they should be 2.5 games up if they played at the level that they expected.
And I agree with that. I'm just trying to put the glass half full.
Yeah, I get that.
You're entering the summer and you're not 22-35 like Kansas City and already pretty much out of your division race. Like you very much have a chance as Kansas City fans are walking
Royals
right
fans
by.
Just
you still very much have a season in front of you where if some things turn around, there's still plenty of good baseball ahead, and you have an opportunity to kind of build that momentum into the summer.
No, 100%. Now, I'll say this. I think this is kind of a cousin to the idea of, we can schedule watch all we want or schedule forecast. And we kind of did, right? First 40 games, really tough. Schedule gets easier, and that's the truth. But if you're not playing well, it doesn't matter who you're playing. The Rangers lost 6 of 7 to the Angels and Astros. Those teams aren't very good. They won yesterday against a Royals team that's not very good. We'll see what happens today and tomorrow. But I think what we learned the last 2 years, you can be 2.5 games back, but if you're not taking care of your own house, eventually what's meant to be is going to happen, right? Last year, 2 years ago, the Rangers they're hanging around because of this situation, extra wild card and all that stuff, but they weren't playing great. And then when it came time to, we kept waiting for that, hey, all it takes is one great week or 2 great weeks, and it just doesn't come. Or when it does come, like last year with the Little Rascals, it's a little too late.
Right.
But yeah, you're the impetus of your question, 100%. 2.5 games back, you haven't dug a hole either in division or wild card. Yeah, you take that for sure.
Jared Sandler is with us on Fan University, your college football fix, hanging out at Comerica's backyard right here at Globe Life Field. And last night I'm watching, kind of flipping around, a little softball on, a little Rangers on, and I'm thinking when the Rangers start hitting some home runs, this is going to be Captain Obvious, and they get a quality start, a really good start from Mackenzie Gore. I'm just thinking, can we just bottle this up? And I'm sure that's what everybody's saying. But how you get a little consistency? What stood out to you last night? And again, it's the Royals. It's one game. We're not going to overreact, but it just looked like this is what it could be moving forward.
The first thing that stood out was they played a really good game defensively, and that has not happened nearly enough this year. They turned 2 double plays. They entered yesterday last in Major League Baseball, and double plays turned. Those are extra outs that you're giving teams, even if they're not errors, right? They're obviously double play balls that you're just not going to turn because it's hit too slowly. But I think there's some double plays that perhaps they've left out on the field. So that's the first thing for me. The second thing, the attempt to do different things offensively. The final run of the inning came with runners at the corners and 2 outs and an 0-2 count. And Alejandro Osuna attempted to steal a second, but as Salvador Perez threw it was clear Alejandro Osuna was going to stop, try to get a run down, let Evan Carter score from third, or try to. And it didn't end up materializing that way because Salvador Perez threw it into right center. But like things like that happen when you are the aggressor, right? I'm not saying that Salvador Perez is going to do that. Yeah, you give yourself a chance, right? You put the ball in play, you give yourself a chance. And so I think that's what stood out. They got all 4 runs in the first inning with 2 outs. They scored in the first inning when they had a leadoff base runner. They've not done that at a very high percentage this year. And then, the long ball is huge. I just don't know. At some point, I don't know if that's what this team's identity is going to be, is a big bopping team, especially here at this ballpark. You love it when you can get it, and if they can start getting it more consistently, that's massive. But I think they've got to figure out ways to score creatively here at this ballpark where they don't hit as many home runs. And I thought they showed signs of trying to do that, but they also they got a lot of hits and they put the pressure on the Royals and were able to have a really nice night.
Last time we were here was probably the second week of April, and we were talking about Josh Young and just the concern of, is he going to be able to turn it around? And here we are a month and a half later, and he's been probably the biggest bright spot. Duran could be there too, Nimmo, but seeing Josh Young really turn a corner, hitting over 300, 2 months into the season, do you feel like he could be kind of we looked at Corey Seager as like the guy on the offense that we need to hit. But if Josh Young continues to stay productive, do you feel like that in turn will help other guys feel like I can come out of my slump or I can come out of my struggles? Like Josh is there working extremely hard to be that guy in the lineup that we need to produce for us. Have you sensed there's more of a positivity around the offense, seeing a guy like that turn the corner?
Well, I think where a guy like Josh Young can be a great example for people is, like, I would hope that all these guys know that if they stink for a stretch, because every baseball player has a stretch within a season where they stink, that they can turn it around, right? I mean, Jock and Josh this year were both hitless through the end of March. Jock was hitless through April 4th, if I'm not mistaken. Where I think Josh can be a great example is just the way he goes about it. He is so diligent in his preparation. He puts himself in a great position to succeed in that regard. And then if you want to take a step even further back and then talk about how the last 2 years for Josh haven't been great, injury induced or influenced for sure, but how do you change, I hate to say habits, how do you change things? Like with Josh, his chase rate has dropped, not significantly, but enough, right? His strikeout rate has dropped a decent amount. At one point, he had the largest drop in strikeout rate of anyone in Major League Baseball from last year to this year. How do you go about making changes, right? Now, your change, Brennan, my change might not be the same thing. We might not have the same needs, but there's still a process that you went through to make the changes successfully that I can maybe learn from. I think that's where a guy like Josh Young could provide a great influence on his teammates. Yeah.
Jared Sandler with us, and I'm so disappointed in myself. That's a feeling I have pretty regularly, but I had something tangible for you. We don't, you're a busy guy.
Was it the text you got that said the only reason you have a job is because of me? Have you guys addressed that yet?
We've addressed some comments.
I sent it to him.
Why do you sweat that? I'm just curious. Why do you sweat all those? I don't sweat. No. Let's have a therapist session. Stop. Shut up. You bring this stuff up. You look at these texts and you bring it up because it does bother you inside. That's your way of deflecting. I'm going to show you it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
It bothers you. No. Why do you let it bother you?
I don't think I let it bother me. Is more of a.
It does because you text me about it sometimes.
No. Yeah. Okay. Imposter syndrome. All that. I've never felt like I have the ground to stand on to stick somebody the middle finger and just say no, you're wrong.
You don't need to stick somebody the middle finger.
Just don't even respond.
Yeah, I didn't respond.
You're broadcasting right now on the Fan. They're not.
It's a good point.
You got to. That doesn't mean their opinion's not valid, but you are on right in the firing line. It is what it is. Let them. Maybe it makes them happy to tell them you're an idiot. I get used to it. I get it all the time.
Why does it bother you?
I'm working on it. I want
You're engaged. You got a beautiful fiance.
That's true. Way out of my league.
Yep,
that's for sure.
Yeah,
we're all well aware of that.
You got a great group of friends. You and Brendan have a great thing going.
We
Who
do.
cares what?
Heated rivalry.
It's great. It's
Sometimes
great.
people are a little worried about that, but no, I.
Is that why y'all's shirts are off right now?
My wife gets concerned every time I go on the air with Jake.
Yeah,
that I won't.
You might not come home.
I might not need to come home.
Yeah, I get it. See, you got a guy like Jake. Like that's you bring a lot to the table.
I appreciate it. This is a great intervention.
You're trying to combine a lot of words.
Words are really
bad
really
attempt
tough.
at a portmanteau.
Thank you.
I think to that point too, it is funny looking at text line or comments on Twitter. We get them a lot because we put our opinions on for people to berate or agree with.
It's a part of being awesome.
It's a part of being a sports fan, and everybody's entitled. It's so passionate, but sometimes it does go a little where it's like you just can't look at it, or if you do, you got to realize that person's never met you in person, and there's nothing.
Yeah, if they
can
met you in
say
person,
about
they would. Hey, great to meet you. And
Right.
Probably maybe be.
It's exactly how I felt about
Jared.
Jarrett prior to me.
A lot of people
like,
hate
who
me
is
and they
this?
still hate me, but
Yeah, I was just saying, then they'd meet me in person, it'd be 100 times worse. But this is normally the would you watch it, would you eat it segment. So I've got a couple for you guys here. This is the Orioles this weekend are doing Star Wars at Camden Yards, dueling lightsaber hot dogs. Are you diving into that, Jared Sandler?
Well, what are the blue and red things?
I think there's some kind of I don't know. It looks delicious. It's like a deep fried corn dog looking thing. We need more on this. How about Grogu's fresh catch of the day? Frog legs.
From where?
This is all in Baltimore.
Oh, this is all in Baltimore.
Yeah,
I would do it in Baltimore because there's water. It's not.
You can't have seafood if it's not from.
No, that's not true. I'd have but I don't know frog legs from. I don't know. Pick a random
Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't know that I would just opt for something else. If it was that or nothing, then I'd have it.
All right, and then the last one is a spice bag chicken, which.
I'm in on that.
Deep fried chicken, the lemons there. I don't know what the seasoning is.
Yeah, that looks good. Is that also Baltimore?
Also Baltimore, yes.
Good for Baltimore.
Yeah. What do we got? What's your favorite go-to concession stand item here?
Hurtado.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say as well. All right, last one for you. It's coming back. This is from... I think this is the all-time hangover cure for me because it saved a hangover, but Chick-fil-A bringing back the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich and peach milkshake. That combination right there.
So I don't like pickles, so I'd go no pickles. I can take or leave pimento cheese. It's not like if it's in front of me and I got something to dip it in, maybe I'll have it. But I'm not going out of my way and saying I need pimento cheese.
The hot honey is the game changer.
That looks like that
sandwich
would make me feel worse.
I was in the midst of a
I do like hot honey. I do agree with that.
I do.
Yeah, but I like it on pizza with pepperoni.
Yeah. It's like a flavor enhancer, I think. It just I've had it with Greek yogurt, a little hot honey and Greek yogurt.
Okay.
Are you still on the frozen grape train?
Plural. Yeah. Well, you just said, are you on the frozen grape? I didn't know, yes, I do.
Kick.
I consume
frozen grape kick.
I consume a lot of frozen grapes, yes.
Yeah.
They're very good.
Good for you.
Sure, yeah. Are you saying good for me, or are you saying they're good for you?
They're good.
Grapes are good for you, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Golly.
It's a fruit.
Man. Yeah, it absolutely is.
What else we got? What are we watching? What's the
I'll tell you what, I've discovered, I'm very late to the game, but Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV.
Yeah, I'm watching that.
Yep. I just started season 2. It's my airplane go-to show because United has the Apple TV agreement. You can watch Apple TV on your airplane.
Have you guys heard of the show Summer House? This is a big thing going around. 30-years living in the Hamptons together.
So
reality TV. I'm seeing a lot of stuff about this.
I don't watch those shows, but I see there's some drama because someone was stooping someone else and they were dating someone else.
They're married, I think.
Oh, okay.
From the show.
All right. Well, there's some drama with some chick named Sierra. I've seen it on my feed.
That's exactly.
Yeah, that's
I've
about
seen
as
the
much
same
as I know.
stuff. Yeah, I didn't know if you guys were consuming.
No,
that.
I don't watch.
That's
There's really not much reality TV I watch.
Well, what are you watching right now?
I like Your Friends and Neighbors. I watch baseball. I watch sports. College World Series.
Yeah.
Are you watching the
NBA
women's?
playoffs.
Are you watching the softball? Are you watching
I'll watch
the
if it's
Lady
on.
Raiders at all?
I will watch. So Jason Williams' daughter, right? We got.
Oh yeah.
Is it Mia?
Mia.
Yeah. She's getting beamed.
Yeah. I'll watch it if it's on. It's tough during the season, but USC's in a regional right now, so I'm going to go out of my way to know what's going on there.
Yeah.
And I do love college baseball in general.
Yeah, it is. UCLA lost.
They did. I was pretty fired up about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, hopefully they lose again.
He's Jared Sandler. Rangers pregame show, RSN, coming right up at 2:30. I told Brendan I got a dentist appointment at 2:30. He'd never heard that one before. That's a great line. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
That type of joke deserves some text. I think, text line can get going there. All right, I'll see you guys.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks, Jared Sandler. We got a Jake break coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you where
Turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's got some walk-on scrub, yo. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you. Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
It is totally happening right here at the Comerica backyard inside Globe Life Field. Jake Riepma alongside Brennan Baxter. Fans, Tolos, baseball connoisseurs alike just packing the building.
The 9-run game yesterday, I think, got people rejuvenated.
As it should.
There's a different vibe in the ballpark this afternoon, I think.
No, there absolutely is.
You feeling that?
Yeah, and you said it 2.5 games back. Why wouldn't you?
You're there. This is... Okay, before we get to the Jake, sorry to just completely ruin your segment.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
Baseball is a long season.
It is
It's
a marathon, not a sprint.
And I know that it's been, as I tried to dab you up and you missed me.
I got you, bro.
I understand the frustration, and it's been a 2.5-year window of a lot of below-average baseball, and we expect more coming off of a 2023 World Series, but there is still time to turn it around. It's been uninspiring, but baseball can get funky. It can be weird, and sometimes you just got to hang on and just get to September with a chance.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, with how the American League is shaping up, that's still a very real possibility. So I'm choosing to maintain a level of positivity and optimism about this team in hopes it'll turn around, and come September 1st, we'll be playing for a chance to win the division.
And that's it has a survival of the fittest feel to it.
It does.
What is that where you just have to, the war of attrition. You have to outlast the opposition.
Yeah, what's that, Darwinism or something?
I think there's some of that. But the Rangers and Royals coming your way later today, 2:30 pregame. We just spoke with Jared Sandler about the Texas Rangers, and you've got Kumar Rocker on the bump today, and he's been so much better at home than on the road. The home-road splits are a thing with how much better Kumar has been at home, and so, it would be so nice to see him go out, pitch to his capability. Seth Lugo on the other side for the Royals, a really good pitcher, gets a lot of swing and miss. A nice little pitching matchup on a Saturday matinee.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I mean, if you look at the 2-5 record with Kumar and the 3.96 ERA, 136 WHIP, and you'd say, all right, that's all right, 2-5. You don't love to see that, but I think for what we were hoping he would be coming into the year, there's a lot of positivity to take away from Kumar.
No doubt. And we'll see later today. Rangers, Royals, we are at Globe Life Field, Comerica Backyard Landing behind center field. Come out and say hello. We've enjoyed talking to tons of Tolos, fans that are on baseball trips, trying to see all 30 ballparks. That's awesome. You love to hear that. But Jake Break, we always bring up something controversial, maybe some tales of the travel. I got a couple for you, and this is one of those, what would you do in this scenario? I had a friend at the gym, and when I say friend, kind of gym friends, I think, I've never hung out with him outside of the gym.
Yeah, it's a gym bro.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday at the gym, and it was one of the worst toupees I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
And
Did you know it was a toupee prior?
This is the first time I'd seen him in a couple weeks.
Yikes.
And I just couldn't unsee it. It was like one of those things. I couldn't hear anything he was saying. All I could look at was the toupee. At what? I'm not close to, and I didn't say anything. But
how old is this guy?
Older than me. I think he's married. Not much older than me. But
so late 30s, maybe.
I think 40s. Yeah. But how good of a friend does somebody have to be to say, I'm telling you this because I care about you, this toupee looks, or something of that nature?
Yeah, I don't think a gym bro relationship would qualify as telling them their toupee is not on correctly.
Also, I didn't even know people were doing that anymore.
I thought everyone was going to Turkey and getting hair replacements.
Or no free plugs, but there's medication that a lot of guys are taking now.
Yeah.
I just feel like the toupee is a wild play, and it was like a big comb over.
Oh.
And you're just like, he looked like Kevin from The Office.
Does he look good?
No
good muscles or anything.
No.
So he's in the gym trying to improve himself.
Correct. It was. I just had a moment of clarity where I wanted to say I care about you. This looks terrible, but I didn't.
Do you think he listens to 105.3 The Fan? Because this could be your moment to tell him.
Correct. And the next time I see him at the gym, it's going to be really awkward. I don't even know if we've talked about what I do for a living. Not well, but,
Loan shark.
That's a great point. But that was a what would you do in this situation? Because I didn't. And I just opted not going to say anything.
Gym relationships are tricky, man, because...
Right, I'm not trying to hang out with them all the time.
You feel like you really do get to know somebody at the gym, and they become your friend, but you only ever see them at the gym. So it's like, how close are you really? But when you're there, you look forward to seeing them. You want to spend time with them, that hour workout you're doing, whatever. You want to catch up, hear about their kiddos, whatnot. But at the end of the day, you really don't even know that person. So I think you telling him, hey, dude, your toupee is off, that's probably a no-go there.
Opted not to. Yeah. All right, next little tale of the travel is a controversial one. I've been packing a suitcase a lot lately. Obviously, my beautiful fiance that Jared Sandler referenced, covering the Big 12 and NCAA regionals this weekend. So you got West Virginia hosting their portion of the bracket, so I'm heading out there. But doing a lot of travel lately. I noticed when you unpack, you've got your suitcase. This became a very, very hotly discussed debate in a group of friends group chat I was in.
Okay.
Do you take your suitcase while you're unpacking and put it on the bed, or do you leave your suitcase on the ground and unpack and open it up that way?
On the ground.
Yes, right? You have to be psycho to put your suitcase in your bed. You sleep there.
You sleep there, and the suitcase would have been coming from the airport and moving around and different people touching it and being on conveyor belts and that, and putting that on your bed's pretty disgusting.
And so I just thought that was, and same with packing too. Like that is pretty much an open, like it's so simple. I always have my suitcase on the ground.
Yeah, I will maybe put it like in a chair that I really don't.
And that was the big argument, how inconvenient it is to bend
but not
over.
the bed.
Yeah, there's no need
That's
to.
a no.
There's no need to. You just, I was rattled. I was flabbergasted.
Now, I'm going to call out my wife on radio. I think she is listening here.
Perfect.
We
love you, Jenna.
Are you I must unpack the moment I arrive home, or I'm going to leave my suitcase for 3 to 4 days and I'll get to it when I really have to get to it kind of guy?
Brother, I have been living out of my suitcase for 3 weeks now. I just never unpacked from the bachelor party, and then I had my brother-in-law's bachelor party.
You've been all over the world, man.
Friend of the show.
Yes.
Tony Garcia.
Friend of Fan U.
Friend of Fan University, beat writer for the Michigan Wolverines. I had his wedding this past weekend.
Because one of and I love her, she's great, friend of the show, but she will leave her suitcase on the ground for months if I don't tell her.
Oh, yeah. There is a fine line. But see, here's where I will back Jenna. If it's not your last trip, if you have another plan.
No, it's your last trip.
I tried, Jenna. I'm sorry.
So I
think you get a week.
I think you immediately put it into the hamper. It's like, hey, let's get rolling on laundry. Let's get the suitcase back in the closet. Like, let's start the day fresh. Travel's over.
I do tend to lean with you that way, but I'm going to find something for Jenna. Sometimes it will depend on when you arrive back. Example, my flight from Denver to Dallas was delayed 4 hours, so I landed at 12. No, I think it was 1 a.m. I had to work at TSN 105.3 The Fan, give it my all, and be there at 4 a.m. So you've got a 3-hour window there. I'm not taking that 3-hour window from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. to unpack my suitcase. I'll get to it the next day, and it just so happened I didn't get it to the next day.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, I don't need sleep.
I don't need sleep. I want to wake up fresh. It's a new era.
Yeah, it's a little
By the way,
sleep
she
when I'm
is
dead.
listening. She just sent 3 laughing emojis to us. So.
Because she's laughing at how wrong you are.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, and she agrees with me. Jenna, I got your back. But we've got one more segment before we pass the baton on to Rangers pregame before Rangers and Royals. Game 2 of the weekend series. Rangers looking to make it 2 wins in a row. We wrap it up and close it out next on 105.3 The Fan.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics, started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Hi, this is Tony Alberti with East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars. I know there's a lot of uncertainty right now. That's why we stock vehicles for every budget, and they all look like $1 million. We're known for some of the best custom trucks in DFW, built right with quality lifts, wheels, and tires. And at East Dallas Motor Cars, I hand select every vehicle, from luxury sedans to family SUVs. Easy financing, fast turnaround. Don't see what you want? Call me. We get inventory.
Brennan Baxter, what a fun show it has been. Tons of Rangers fans packing the ballpark. Some Royals fans.
A lot of Royals fans here today.
And some ballpark fans.
And ballpark fans. We had a group of 6 come in. They are 6 ballparks away from completing the 30 ballparks in the country.
Man.
I mean, what a fun thing to do as a family.
No doubt.
That might be
that
top
cool.
1 experience you could have with your family.
And you can have it forever. You've seen every single ballpark.
You got the T-shirts.
Yep. But then when a new ballpark makes its way to the scene, you got to go.
Do you though? So let's say
you get the lifetime achievement. Yes.
Yeah. If you had gone to Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, now Choctaw Stadium, and you had seen all 30, and then this opens up, do you have to come to this ballpark, or can you still count it off the list?
No, I think you can still. If you've seen every team, I think there's levels to this, if you will. You've seen every team, and at that time, you've seen every active ballpark. That's one level. However, if you're just going off of quantity, if you just want to see all 30 ballparks, so maybe use the Rangers as an example. When you are on this tour and a different team has a new ballpark, that doesn't count anymore. It has to be all active.
Like let's say you had done this prior to the new Yankee Stadium being built. Would you really have to go see essentially a replica of Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah.
Count that off?
I don't think so. Yeah, as we're working through this, which I appreciate the help in working through this, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say it's a lifetime achievement, and you can always add to it with more and more ballparks being added, but you can't take away. You've made it.
How many ballparks have you been to? And what's the best ballpark you've been to?
Oh, good question. I think I'm right around. I'm more than 15.
A day for me.
Yeah, we would take the train from Detroit to Toronto. That was always fun going across the border. So obviously the Blue Jays, and then did West Coast trip, and then all the different Central Division, both Wrigley. I was at Wrigley Field last weekend. I've been there many times. We'd go to North College Night all the time.
Wrigley Field, that is one sports experience where it is all that it's cracked up to be. It's a spiritual experience going to a day game at Wrigley Field. I went to one last August. Easily the most gorgeous, pure baseball experience I think you could have. Maybe Fenway Park?
Yeah, I've not been to Fenway. I need to go to Fenway. I've not been to Fenway. I've been to Kauffman Stadium where the Royals play. That one's cool. They have the big crown when you enter, which is neat, but it's right off the highway.
Yeah, but Kauffman Stadium doesn't compete with Wrigley Field.
No, God, no, absolutely not. They've got the waterfalls.
Or Globe Life.
I will tell you this. From a visually stunning, the top 2 for me are PNC, where the Pirates
and Pittsburgh,
play.
Yep.
The baseball skyline is with the river, and then where it's now Oracle Park, where the Giants play.
Yeah, I want to go. You'll be at a game there in a couple months.
Yeah, for the wedding. We're doing
right?
a day game. Taking the ferry, taking a boat to a baseball game is always fun.
Can't wait for that, man. Can't wait for this game coming up here in a second as well, too, man. Less than an hour from first pitch. Rangers going on a win streak. You like a prediction today?
Yeah, I think the Rangers stay hot. It's one of those things where you saw the ball leave the yard for the good guys multiple times yesterday, and that mojo is real. Let's keep it rolling,
I got Rangers winning 7-3 today.
Yeah, Jock Peterson had a big day yesterday. I think he can stay hot. And Kamar Rocker, too, because it's with Kamar Rocker at home, I just feel so much better with him on the bump than when he's on the road. And listen, we've said it, it's all the baseball cliches, which is fine, but just takes one little hot streak.
It does. Think about it. You're only probably a 5-game win streak away. Well, one from now, 6-game getting back to 500. But if you did that, you're probably leading the division.
Yeah, the division's terrible. That's another part. You're never out of it because
you're never out of it, man.
It's so bad. But this has been a blast. Jake Riepma, Brennan Baxter. The Texas Tech chatter was a lot of fun. Rangers chatter's always a lot of fun, and looking forward to the next time.
Can't wait, man.
Just keep it right here. You turn it on, you leave it on. Rangers pregame is coming up next. Jared Sandler's got you covered. Rangers Royals on 105.3 The Fan.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Argentina is trading at 9.1% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,033.